will be pitching today are mostly AI companies today. And I believe a lot of start AI companies are watching this as well. So if you have some best case in point, practical examples, of course, Vino will be a representative case. But if you have more examples, can you please share them with us? Yes, so we talked about Lunit and Vuno, those two, including those two companies. There are some successful cases in among our portfolio cases, and most of the startup companies received fund of fund investment to list to grow and list their companies. However, different investors may have different perspective, and I am not specialized in AI company investments, so sharing a specific example is not my key strength, but I think a lot of people in this panel already shared good examples like video content or image image curating solution, media contents, medical devices, education, those services that provide personalized customer services, though could be a good example of companies using AI in a practical manner. And Mr. Huang, among your portfolio companies, if you have a good example you want to share, that would be great. We had a talk concert last year. We had many bio companies, and we talked about how it is a long-term approach for bio companies. But I think AI is growing much fastly, so could be a little different. So there are pros and cons. AI has very huge merits. So whatever area it be, when we apply AI, it will bring about big transformations. However, AI is not a solution to all the problems. And also, it can take longer time to stabilize AI into your products than you think. So I'm not sure if I'm in a position to mention this to Mr. Kim watching this. I want to ask about resource management when it comes to AI projects. How many resources do we need? Where can we recruit those resources? How do we manage those resources? If you could deliver lectures on YouTube or deliver lectures annual, that would be helpful for so many people. For my company as well, managing the AI engineering in resources is a very difficult thing. Recruiting them is difficult from the beginning, and I think it will be similar for most AI companies, not only us. And I'm being sidetracked a little here, but Post Tech University, they've changed their name to Post Tech. Anyway, there's microbiome professor Mr. Lim in Post Tech, and he also started a company in the microbiome sector. So there's this about 10 trillion units of microbiome within a human body, and all that 10 trillion microbiome and what they do. That's an area to be discovered. And before that, we only focused on practical programs. But that 10 trillion units of data, that's too much to process for most of computers. So first, they collaborated with AI experts like AI professors at the university, and they found resources who have talents in AI and biotech. And it's been about 2 years. They wrote theses and they grew from that hypothesis. So it was a long journey. But as the technologies are advancing very fast, of course, AI is not the final product. The microbiome plus AI will be the beginning, but it was moving at a very fast pace. So it's not yet a listed company, but there's another new drug development company that has recently begun. The history of new drug development, well, we talked about this in our last talk discussion. There's so much challenge, there's so much efforts and manpower that has to be invested, and animal experiment that takes a huge amount of time. So there are so many talents. So if you can use manpower more efficiently, that could be the key value of our technology. So if you can use manpower more efficiently, we can cut down the time required for new drug development significantly. So there was that pharma company, and a few years ago, there's another company that also listed a few years ago. That company, the Genibus, that company does genome analysis. there are so many units of genome within a human body, so that's a whole set of data as well. So how to best utilize it has been a question for them as well. So all of these companies are gaining attention and have very big potential for growth. And a good example of applying AI efficiently to their products. So as you said, when so if AI can help save time that used to be spent by human workers, it would be very helpful. So I think probably that's why it is being spread more quickly. So you are a little bit late. I know you traveled a long way here. So can you please introduce yourself briefly? Hi, I am from Creative Mind CEO. My name is Lee Jonghyun. My company does AI music composition. That's our key business model. So AI Creative Mind started without an investment, I heard. So AI music composing is your key business model, and you have recently launched a service that connects your service with ChatGPT. Were you were you prepped for ChatGPT application already, or did you just move fast? So in the process of composing music, what we call popular music is could be a key challenge to us. So the music So it is difficult to have a measure for likability of music, but if AI can do situation analysis or emotional analysis, that is helpful, but that also has its limitations. So when it comes to ChatGPT, because it uses natural language, it is easier. You can input what you want, the kind of style that you're after, in a natural music. So the music composing process can be pretty similar to what human composers do. So I'd say we rather reacted agilely. So realistically speaking, startups like us cannot collect that big of a data like big companies can do. So it is realistically, it is not easy given the size of the data. So if you have a know-how to grow as an AI company, can you please share something? As you said, large scale data learning or large scale data model learning has its limitations as a small company. So when we look at AI music composing, we find a way to minimize the data use and make better use of algorithms itself. So the deep learning model, when we have it in place, once we have data accumulated later on, we can further improve it instead of having to need the data, a large set of data from the beginning. So it's a bit of human effort at the beginning, and we worked on programming the system. Of, but always the music data is closely tied to the IP issue, so that's one of the key areas that we've been focusing on recently. So technological support or Microsoft or if anything that you need from the panel, because we have very distinguished members of panel here. Probably this could be a good opportunity. And we said that you are looking for companies who can collaborate based on the AI technologies. This could be a good opportunity. And if you make close ties through investment and stuff, that could be a good way to forge relationships with other companies or other investors. So Microsoft has CVC within and another internal fund that we called M12 as a sort of accelerator for early stage startups. So we have this separate body within to invest to startups, and within MS we have made strategic investment into OpenAI as well, and there's a team that does the review for the investment. There's a global team and the Korean team who does investment review. And when Microsoft makes investment or provides support or work as a partner, and we can help create technological achievement or synergy, and we see potential for synergy when we decide companies that we want to invest in, and we have big interest in Korean companies as well. So there are many companies that are under discussion for investment already. So this is a good opportunity to promote your company as well. If you want to differentiate Microsoft versus Google, what would be your key point? Um, it happened to be that that my last work was in Google. So I worked in Google before I came to Microsoft. The biggest reason I moved to Microsoft is that Microsoft is very serious about partnerships. When it comes to partnership, the size of the organization or direction, they give much thought into that kind of things. When look at the frequency of investment or the number of companies they invest in, Microsoft is much more active on that. And GTM as well, Microsoft has been globally working on it for more than 30 years with a lot of enterprise companies. So it's a lot of relations and huge sales network that can be put to best use. And collaboration between Microsoft and Korean startups can actually lead to very big synergies. That's what I thought when I moved to this company. So I would say that's a big differentiator. And a lot of companies are under review for investment. So it seems you're very happy with your new position. So there's an increasing number of AI companies increasingly, and you have task force as well, and you even do Python coding yourself as a CEO. From a startup perspective, do you actually feel that getting investment is more difficult because the judges themselves can code because they are programmers themselves, they know too much ins and out? Do you think you are actually more incisive because of your own capabilities? So we provide training and education because of uncertainties, basically. So just a joke, but Microsoft. So Microsoft is a very big company, and when Microsoft was giving a speech, we talked about ChatGPT, and we have to give good input to ChatGPT to get good output. If we give bad input, the ChatGPT cannot yield good output. So that's the baseline, right? And it's the same for the investment. The same goes for investment. You have to give us good input. When we say AI, there's a whole value chain, whether it be hardware or software, and so many different sectors. So if you look at the whole value chain, you have to be able to identify the position of your company within the whole value chain. You need to be able to position yourself, identify your competitors, and deliver your competitive edge against your competitors. And that information should be basis for your decision on what resources to use and how efficiently to use that resources. And you have to have that information in writing in pitching. So that would be good input. So, for example, a lot of IR pitch decks, and many of them from Chinese companies, they are rather too large scale, if you will, but goals and steps have to be specific. So so you said you do music composition, and for me, music composition is like impossibly difficult for someone like me. But when it comes to music, so for as a music composer, what data you use, what technologies you use, what musical data you use. But so you have to give accurate input, like what kind of data you have, what kind of music data you have, or what kind of open source data you have. But if you speak vaguely as an investor, I cannot make a good investment decision. And some say, and previously when you talked so previously, some companies believe that they shouldn't talk too much about their technologies and their pitching because judges will not understand it. But we have so many experts in our panel, and we also provide education and training for our judges as well, so you can be more detailed and specific. So you came from Google to Microsoft, and if you receive funding from Microsoft, is the president, so there's a very high likability that you will receive investment from our company as well. So one question came in online using ChatGPT. So So I want to create a startup using ChatGPT. I want to use open source, but I'm facing difficulties, in particularly in the step of team building. Do you think I need a prompt engineer or open source developer? So it's a bit of a technological question. So we have two entrepreneurs here. Can you please give your answers? Okay. So we had a very similar concern at our very early stage. So I hope my experience can be helpful. At an early stage as a startup, I think the fixed cost is one of the biggest concerns for early stage startups, and recruiting developers could be a big pressure in terms of cost. As AI models became more popular, it became easier for non-developers to do programming without coding, even though you're not an engineer. So I would suggest that you try open source and you explore many free open source models. And with the knowledge, it should be easier to direct the engineers once you hire them later, and should be easier for you to understand to which direction your company should be headed in terms of technology if you have that prior knowledge yourself first. So I suggest that you study open sources and then hire developers so you have some background knowledge to give clear instructions. And I think that's a better way to reduce opportunity cost. But you have never tried developing coding yourself, right? So when you first tried open source without the background, was it still easy enough to understand? I'm not saying it is not difficult, but well, I'm not a programmer myself, but when developing a program, thinking in an AI way itself is a challenge for me. So with AI, how should I use this to better apply it to my service? That itself was a difficult question for me. So I did a lot of personal studying, but gratefully there were so much valuable information online. So I did a lot of studying myself. And based on that, later when we had more force, because I had basic knowledge, basic principles, I was able to give clear directions to the developers, and that helped. Mr. Lee, are you a programmer yourself? Yes, I am, because we heard from a CEO who's not a programmer, but as a programmer, what's your take on this? I think when you use open source, using a single open source model itself is not enough, and so you will need some connected or integrated services. So I would suggest that you need at least one developer who can integrate those different things, and parameter tuning and promoter engineering won't need that long of a time. So you can have someone who can have a developer who can help with the project in a short term. But that's one of the most difficult things I would say. Do you have any know-how around that?
We started as a research team, so a lot of the graduates from the universities come into our team. But the very early stage developers, well, we have a lot of them, but more experienced developers with a lot of know-hows, it's quite difficult to find them, and we don't see them in the market, so that's a big hurdle. Well, a lot of the startups are concerned. Well, they are quite afraid of the fixed cost. So novice developers, they wonder whether they have to hire a lot of novice developers at low cost or whether they have to hire senior developers even at high cost. That's a dilemma. So would you like to hire a novice developer with just 1 month's experience, or would you like to go for experienced developers? I would go for balance. Of course, in the beginning, you would need a full stack developer, but at some point, you would need more details and there will be more associated work, so you can't just have it all covered with one person. So, of course, we need all of them. Well, from my perspective, well, in the early stage, it's better to hire a full stack developer. But what should come first is what services you're going to develop or what kind of solutions that you're going to do. That focus on that should come first before determining who to recruit. Well, you full stack developer, that is like a unicorn, but I hope that you can recruit them. So that was an insight. Thank you for that. And do you have any final comments? Well, just to add on, well, it's just like this. We said, we talked about, well, either it be the leadership or the members. I like to put together different people. So I really hate this kind of people. For example, if a team is composed only of people who came from the same school or same lab, and if they think that they can do well, in the beginning it may look good and sound good, but as time goes by, it will only have demerits. So if you want to do something from AI, you need to have a meaningful and significant developers. And if you are a meaningful developer, for example, you will need people from the opposite end, the one who is not from developer side, but the one who can design something, who can look at society's issues from a general perspective. You will need that kind of person. But on the other hand, if you are that kind of person, you will need to recruit people who are from the developer side. And of course, hiring one developer is difficult, so you may not agree with me. But let's say we have one developer from a B school, you would want to find another person from a CD school, or you would need to find another developer from an overseas school. So you need to put together different people. And of course, from the questioner's perspective, well, you've just started a company and you're thinking a lot about who to hire for the first developer. So this may be too big of a question to think about right now, but that's what I want to tell you. So I think that's related to the AI democratization that we talked about. So diversity is at the essence of startups, and that's how this leads to different ideas and creativity. In the interest of time, we would like to end the panel discussion. For all the startup investors watching via online, I hope this forum proved meaningful. I encourage your growth and success going forward. Thank you very much for your participation.
네, 다양
Thank you very much for your diverse perspective on AI market. It was a meaningful session. Now, this ends the first session. We're going to have a short break. And then afterwards, we are going to have an IR pitching by AR startups. The 9 outstanding startups selected by the association will be doing their pitching, and we're going to have a 10-minute break. Afterwards, we're going to have a startup pitching session, which will prove practical for you all. So let's meet again at 11:10.
라이트 노말, 테크닉, 줄 바꾸고 줄 바꾸고, 보스
간호사가 수술이 끝난 환자의 상태를
자, 이제 약속의 시간이 됐습니다. 11시 10분이 돼서요. 약속드린 대로 스타트업 피칭 세션 시작을 해 보겠습니다.
Session. We are going to welcome the startups that are making full-fledged growth. So number one, well, Before that, do you think that you can become the AI company head even without the PhD in AI? Many people will say it's difficult, but there is a company that made this possible. So let me introduce you to him. Without AI training and coding, you only need the idea to do the AI production and commercialism, thanks to Algorithm Labs. So let's welcome the CEO of Algorithm Labs, Son Jin-ho, to the stage. Hello. As introduced, I am Son Jin-ho from Algorithm Labs. So for the next 10 minutes, I'm going to tell you what we are doing as a company. So you said whether I can become the head of the AI company without the major, with and I am indeed I didn't go to a college, so I haven't finished PhD or master's. And when I was young, I won an award at Information Olympiad, and that's why I decided to go to AI in my career. And I was able to meet good advisors, and that's how I was able to go into this field. And what I learned is that, well, in the society or in the academic society, well, I thought that they would not be giving me the opportunities because I didn't have the diploma, but that was not the case. A lot of the companies, even though I did not have the diploma, they gave a lot of opportunities. And as a result, we were able to provide training for about 15,000 people in 121 companies in terms of AI. And we are also doing a lot of AI projects for them. And that's why I was able to be in charge of about 200 AI projects. And I've been working a lot to share the AI knowledge to different companies. In the process, there was a problem. In Korea, the AI adoption rate is less than 1%. And what does this mean? So according to the market study by the government ministries this year, the AI adoption rate was 1% or less than 1%. Well, we have been talking a lot about AI from the AlphaGo, but if you look at the details, you can see that only a handful of companies can utilize AI well. Then what are the hurdles and what kind of hurdles should be overcome? And the government thought that coding could be one solution. One reason why we are not adopting AI is because we need to do coding, but not many people can do coding. So AI has to be as easy as Excel's, but it's not the case right now. So, and that's why even after several years, we are still seeing the AI adoption rate at 1%. If you look at the AI value chain of Korea in data collection or logic processing or AI application companies, they're quite lacking, according to the government research. And we are focused on AI applications about how we can apply AI to the work, and we hope to provide some meaningful contributions to companies. And I launched the company in 2017, and in many of the large companies, they provided us with the AI projects for us to work with. And I understood what kind of AI was necessary. And based on that, we identified clear problems. Many people say that they don't have the data and they don't have the engineers to do the AI projects or AI services. But what we thought was the bigger problem is this. They could not define the problem. They do not know what kind of data is needed. They do not know what AI can do. And you need to know what kind of data should be there. But if you don't have it, it's not possible to understand. And you don't have the data because you don't know what kind of problem you need to plan and solve. And that's why even before you collect the data, you have to first understand what kind of data is necessary for AI and what kind of values the AI can generate. And that's why we decided to first come up with this planning phase. And after the planning phase, you can collect the data and you can get blueprint. But after that, we need to do more. Once you create an AI model, you need to have an app or web service, the applications. And to do that, you need front end or back end or developing related knowledge for that to happen. And if you can't meet all of this framework, it's quite difficult to spread the AI. And so We have been working with the people who've done postdoc in KAIST or other prestigious universities, and we did research. And I found that planning or application related research was quite lacking. And that's why we decided to focus on this area. And that's why we were able to come about AI Canvas. This is a beta version right now, and it is about analyzing the AI and creating an AI algorithm and providing a web service based on that. And so one worker can do everything that a seven-person team can do. So it's a very value-added tool. And it's launched. And from the second half, we are going to distribute this to the market in earnest. And these are the major features. First, lead finding. It first defines all the AI tasks. That is, there are some things that you need to think about if you want to apply the AI. And based on this phase, we provide a step-by-step approach about what you need to take into account. And afterwards, you can build the AI models. Please understand there is some technical glitch. So we do the lead finding, we have to build AI. When we build the AI, it's not that the technicians do it altogether. The domain experts and the AI technicians and UI designers and system developers all collaborate to set up the system. So in real time, we can share the URL and we can look at the common page to work on the AI application development. And as the government is focusing on, the companies needs to be able to access no-code apps. So based on this mindset, we enable this drag and drop system where you do not need a code to develop AI. So based on that, based on this AI, we design a URL so that they can be applied to the applications. And that's how we were able to increase the AI adoption rate with our AI Canvas. So please understand, there has been technical problems again, but based on this canvas, and to see whether this really works, based on this AI canvas, we have been selecting certain sectors like HR or universities to see whether our models have been effective. And it turns out that in certain sectors, the AI canvas did work. And in 2021, we were able to gain the sales of about 100 million. And this year, we were able to gain revenues of 3 billion won thanks to AI canvas. Other similar service companies like C3 AI or Alteryx of other countries are the companies that provide AI without no code, and their valuation is about 5 trillion won. And the revenues is about 300 billion to 1 trillion. But for these companies, we don't have those kinds of companies in Korea. So that's why our AI canvas, at least in the near term, can have the positions of those overseas companies. And we are targeting overseas markets from the get-go. So based on this tool, we are trying to enter the global market and we are growing steadily. So with this AI canvas, before AI Canvas, it took about 3 months, but you only need 2 days with the AI Canvas. And with these applications, you can possibly predict the churns of the companies or universities. And thanks to this AI Canvas, we're able to increase revenues. What's our ultimate goals? We believe that AI has to be more easy and it has to be more cheap. In 2021, we were able to provide about 10 million predicted data to the consumers, and we were able to gain 2 billion in revenues. And this is about getting 201 for each prediction. But we hope to increase this prediction to about 8.5 billion in 5 years. And in that case, it will be about 10 won per prediction. So with this business model, this is a business model that we have in mind. And this is the financial graph that we are showing right now. And last, the AI community is focused on AI long tail. So basically, the pizza store um, in our neighborhood have to be able to predict how much pizza they're going to sell, and we are solving this long tail issues thanks to the strong team members. Thank you for listening. I was. This was from Algorithm Labs. Thank you very much.
Thank, thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Seo, for your good presentation despite the tech glitch. And thank you for the young and passionate energy. Next up is a company booming further in the post-pandemic era on the back of the power of K-Wave for travelers visiting Korea. This company's mission is to introduce Korea to the fans of the Korean culture and create values for local neighborhood. We'll listen from CEO Han Ji-eun. Hello, nice to meet you. We have 150 billion K-Wave fans all over the world, and the Celetrap Artist Trap, we have changed our name to Celetrap, and my name is Hanji. And I want to make this sure from the very beginning. Everybody knows that the tourism industry is rebounding, but according to the tourism agency survey, about 86% of the inbound travelers answered that they wanted to visit Korea because of the Korean culture K-wave. And there's over 8 million people who are visiting because of this reason. And there's something special about these customers. Unlike other travelers, their travels are focused on celebrities. They want to visit places that's related to the celebrities that they like. So the purpose of the Korea visit itself is to enjoy the Korean culture, not just to look around the neighborhoods. And 79% of them are not satisfied. And we looked into this further. And the first is that they do not have accurate information that they need. And the second is that those K-wave tourist attractions are rather plain. That is why we thought that we looked into how K-pop fans find information on Korean tourism, and they get information mostly from Twitter. Any of you use Twitter or searched information on Twitter? If you type in BTS restaurants, do you get the restaurant that you want to find? There's about 7.8 billion tweets related to the Korean wave, but when you search in BTS, it shows all the posts that has BTS in it, so it is inefficient when you want to find information for your traveling. So it is difficult to find out the information that they need for K-wave for Korean culture fans. So K-pop fans were having difficulties finding information that they want when they visit Korea, so they had to search Google or do individual searches to find information prior to their visits. And we were wondering why it is so difficult to find the information, the relevant information, and why there's no such platform that provides relevant information, such K-pop fans. And we wanted to create a platform that makes information more easily searchable. We look into the different styles and the different celebrities each user cluster want, like the kind of celebrities, the kind of taste that each customers like, and we tailor our feed based on their tastes and needs. So let me walk you through the user flow very briefly. Let's say you are a fan of BTS. So you enter the artist information, and then you give some information about the kind of traveling style that you like. That only shows the result that's related to the BTS, the artist that you input. And the more you use your app, the more curated our content is to be personalized to your taste. And the K-pop fans want to know more about the location information. They want to know what kind of activities their favorite celebrities did at the location and when they visited and what they did at that certain location. So it is all connected to the celebrities that they like, and we provide such relevant information, and each information unit is related to the commerce platform, which is one of our revenue stream as well. And not only searching information prior to traveling, during the traveling as well, our chat-based AI conversation can help travelers find the best route and schedule their traveling. So basically, with our app, a traveler can get help from before the traveling to after. We are providing a better service for now, so we are not officially launched for now, but we have 88.4% of global users. The 88% of our total users are global users, so we have big growth potential here. And scalability and our specialized information is our differentiators. Not only the K-pop fans coming into Korea, but so many future fans who would be willing to visit Korea in the future would be our target market. 89% of K-pop fans answer that they want to visit Korea within the next 5 years, and it's a total of 5 trillion Korean won. And Indonesia, Japan could be our next potential market for us to expand in. So our business model has two categories. One is B2C. We provide personally tailored traveling information to each user and curate the traveling information. So we would say our service is bespoke and they can purchase traveling packages as they want. And for each individual locations, from those locations, we receive service fees when bookings are made. And two is B2G. Not only Seoul, but other local areas are gaining attention from K-pop fans as well. So I would say we have abundant resources in our traveling inventory. So when the local areas have the needs to attract tourists, and when we match them with our users, and we can create the interactions between the local areas and the K-pop fans. And further, we are looking forward to expand our business into international exchanges as well. So entertainment, K-wave tourism are our key words. And by connecting the service with many different parties, we want to not only Seoul, but many other local areas enjoyable by K-pop fans who are visiting Korea. And ultimately, our mission is by using this service, the K-wave tourist, because they are heavy users that travel often to Korea, not as a one-off travelers, we want to create this circular business model. And since the launch of the service, we have plans for each step and are planning to expand our income route further. And we have experts with the backgrounds in the entertainment area, not only myself, but these are some of our key team members. So we have the infrastructure and expert team members who have the background in the relevant industry. So I want to ask this one last question before I wrap up. When K-pop fans visit Korea, how many apps do you think they use on average? So no answer here. On average, they have to use 8 different apps. And so the using of app is very complicated for them, but as we use AI algorithms to curate the traveling content, we would like to be a all-in-one app for inbound tourists. So thank you.
잘 들었.
Thank you for your presentation. It must have been difficult to bring together tourism and AI, and I hope that your endeavors come to fruition. Next up, we have a company that is leading the near-infrared breast cancer diagnostic imaging device. It's called Olive Healthcare. The service dramatically cut time while providing much higher level of sensitivity and specificity compared to ultrasonic wave. Now let us welcome the head of the company, Han Sung-ho, to learn more about this tech. Please welcome him with a big hand.
안녕하세요.
Hello everyone, I am from Olive Healthcare. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
회사를 시작하기 전에
Before I started this company,
케어를 하는 사람으로서 어떤
as a healthcare practitioner, I
미국에서 10년
decided to focus on the following problems.
삶의 경험을
So, as I worked in the US for about 10 years, I thought that we had to improve the quality of life and reduce the difficulties of getting medical services. And I realized that this is possible with the help of technologies. So, in predicting and diagnosing, we are trying to make things easier using AI. As in the case of many other companies, we have a lot of researchers, and I'm grateful that we are working with great team members. So, our reference technology is the technology by the US universities, and they are really good technologies, but it's difficult to commercialize them. The parts are really big, and as you can see over here, the probes are quite difficult to hold with two hands. And so, when you look at, we looked at Google, and even though Google phone used less sensitive sensors, they were able to provide better outcomes with Apple and iPhone, and that's because they were able to utilize the technology that we were focusing on. And based on that, we realized that we came up with this new mindset, and that's how we decided to go with the AI algorithm, and this worked out. And so even with a small sensor, we can produce better outcomes. So we use AI for diagnostic algorithm, and we also use single channel. And when we do the checking for breast cancer, we can provide imaging. You can also provide the information about the abdominal fat volume, and also you can provide information about muscle composition and quality. And also, you can increase the accuracy of diagnostics for breast cancer compared to other solutions. We have much more advantages compared to existing models. So, our portfolio is focused on medical and wellness. And our focus is on collecting a lot of the health information to become a big data platform. And let me briefly walk you over our partnership. We are working with Hologic, and we are working on clinical research with major hospitals in Korea. So breast cancer diagnostic market is growing really large. And in the US, about 1/8 of the entire population was diagnosed with breast cancer. So 1/8 of US women are get the breast cancer. So the incidence rate is really high. But in screening, diagnosis, and confirmation is the process that you have to follow. You do the screening with mammo, an X-ray device, but the sensitivity is quite low, and also it puts a lot of pressure on women's breasts. So it could lead to lots of inconveniences, and also it's the X-ray, so it could lead to some radiation risks. And in Korea, some people who were defined as abnormal in the screening parts. Um, so it turns out that the existing devices have low level of sensitivity, and that's why we decided to come up with an AI device that has higher level of sensitivity and provides less suffering to people. An ultrasonic wave has a lot of noise as well, and also you need to have a highly qualified physicians to make this work, and you need to be experienced, and it cannot provide quantitative data. And it's quite difficult to communicate the results with the patients as well. And also, if you go on to a more sophisticated inspection, you need to utilize a lid, a thick lid, and you need to also use a sharp needle to take out the tissue. So again, it causes a lot of suffering for the patient. Indeed, my wife had to go through these three different steps. And after a tissue inspection, she suffer from inflammatory diseases for about a month after this test. And that's why I realized the importance of pain-free and accurate testing device. So that's how we got to develop this. And I hope that this near infrared technology can solve this problem. And I'm confident that this can make this possible because we have a great clinical results. And we have the screen here. And the red shows malignant and blue shows non-malignant or normal. And if you look at this screen, you can see um, right away whether you're okay or not. So if you see a lot of blue here, you can feel reassured because you're okay. And this video comes up right after you do the testing. So there's lots of advantages. And it's not like ultrasonic waves that cause a lot of suffering to you. So from the patient's perspective, it will be much more comfortable. There are a lot of statistics here, especially there are two statistical data. As for the Bayard 3 and 4A, they are traditionally difficult to diagnose them, but we showed very high level of accuracy. And we can say that it's comparable to tissue inspection accuracy, even though we only used image. And we can even detect 3 millimeters large cell. Mammo can detect up to 3 millimeters, and this means that our technology is on par with that of the existing Mammo technology. And in terms of our positioning, we have three. Well, in screening and diagnosis and confirmation, our first focus is on screening. Our focus is on increasing specificity in the screening phase to reduce the total diagnostic cost. Second, when you do get through the cancer treatment, a lot of the cases you have to go through chemotherapy and you have to see whether it's effective or not. But right now, you have to check using ultrasonic wave. You have to see every once in 3 months to see whether the cells decrease or not. But for us, it takes at maximum several months. At minimum, it can take several days. So in the screening phase, we hope to differentiate the normal cells and malignant cells from early on, and this could help people save the medical costs and detect cancers much earlier. And this is the existing product line. And in this pad, Android Pro, well, this is for the socially vulnerable or the underprivileged. And as for the business model, and we are going to move towards a screening to diagnosis. So we're going to expand our business model going forward. Also, the healthcare market itself is quite complicated. When you buy a cell phone, for example, you may want to go for this or that, and the supplier and the demand quite matches. But in the case of healthcare sector, the actual users and the suppliers might not match. So it's very complicated and with a lot of stakeholders. And you need to be able to meet the demand of lots of stakeholders to be successful in this market. And that's why I included this slide. And now we're talking about AI today. And that's why I decided to focus on how we're doing well with our AI technologies. And if you have any more questions, please feel free to ask them. I would like to address them earnestly. Thank you so much for your time.
네, 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you.
단어 자체가 좀
The word cancer itself can feel intimidating, especially for women. Breast cancer is a big actual fear, and no one is really free from it. So we can't wait to see the breast cancer diagnosis device actually in the market. And next up is a company that takes a fresh approach in the medical area. Most medical AI companies create their solutions based on video images, and Puzzle AI that we're going to introduce now is a company that provides the solutions to use voice recognition to fill in patient charts. With no further ado, let us introduce Mr. Kim to hear the details. Please welcome him with big applause. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for having me and giving me the opportunity to present in front of you. I am the CEO of Puzzle AI. My name is Kim Yong-sik. Puzzle AI was introduced in 2018, and it was started with 7 people who are over 65 and who are rather in a younger generation. So not giant AI or super AI. We use micro AI that address detailed issues in the actual on-site. We are never a copycat or a follower. That is our vision. We always look forward to lead the market, and we want to be a company that is not replaceable with our creative solutions. The beginning of our business started from the issues around EMS. So EMS is not very familiar concept to most of us, but about 3,500 years ago, there's already historical record about medical record. And since that, for about 3,000 years, we have recorded the patient's medical history on paper. And only in 1972, there emerged a EMR system that looks like today's system that's easier to input data and manage. So it was a big innovation back then. In particular, recently with the emergence of AI, big data, as the EMR is at the center of the big data discussion that's going on in the market. But there's also some fantasy mixed into this. The EMR record that you actually see in the medicine, they are not sophisticated enough. There's many inaccuracy, not easy to use, and some info are missing. So the data is not clean, which means data output cannot be clean as well. So it is not easy to develop a new drug or make accurate diagnosis with such inaccurate data. Of course, there are some accurate data, but it is not easy to manage data because they have many other aspects that they have to address. But this is something that can actually lead to legal issues. So apart from the situation of Korea, in Korea, on average, a patient can use 3 minutes of a doctor's time, but in the US, a patient can use up to 20 minutes of doctor's time on average. And there's an interesting research. So there was a research on the accuracy of the data. And surprisingly, a US researcher found out that 21% of patients answered that their medical history is incorrect, and half of them answer that there's serious inaccuracy in their medical data, like wrong diagnosis name, wrong disease name, or sometimes in some cases people even receive different patients' charts. So we can say that this is a global problem in the medical industry. So how did the US address this problem? From a long time ago, the STD technology has developed in the US and it is being used in many companies. And Suki and M model as well are with some of the solutions that's being adopted widely by many US hospitals. But the STT technology is very limited. The language itself only supports English and only can be used by doctors and generative charts. There has been needs among the doctors for the generative charts technology from a very long time ago, but there are very clear limitations. So I thought there should be some solution, practical solution. So we used voice recognition as our key technology to meet the needs actually emerging on site. We work with 6,800 hospitals, so we analyze data from those partners, and they are our targets, if you will. And the key point of our business about voice recognition, but plus we also do genome analysis to provide clear medical guidance to patients and doctors. And I think we were one of the first companies that launched such project. So it's a creative solution, and to develop such creative solution, we need the core technologies. So we talk a lot about big data, and our reliance on big data is increasing as well. And big data has actually break down the market barrier, but going further from that, we have launched large-scale voice recognition for the first time and also use AI landmark. So when we create such software, we have to connect it to the EMR or software, and that is very complicated. The process is very complicated. Therefore, we use the mark technology, so the voice can be input anytime, anywhere. And one of the biggest strength of our company is from 4 years ago, we already created generative charts. And big techs are giving attention to it only recently. I'm going to show you a few videos. This is the STT previous to our development.
보트 키니징 멀티플렉스 1.2cm까지 멀티파인드 리디스 이전에 1.단줄 보강행의 선 없음 단줄 리버 부표 집이 신도 판크라스의 수금 없음
자, 이렇게
As you can see, Korean and English are mixed in, and the English as well, depending on the accent or intonation. You may even think that this is not English. It is very complicated. There are also numbers, and there are also like special characters that they have to input, and they can all be captured using machine learning. So, but capturing them with machine learning is not all. Doctors are pretty thorough about anything. They want it faster, more accurate, and safer, and more convenient, of course. It's pretty demanding, and from some years ago, they wanted this to be generative. They wanted this to be able to capture even more accurately, however they say. So this is the voice EMR that we developed after that.
또 다른
So this is also a generative model.
1번 좌측 다이자리 2번 레트로리스테시스
이런 거를 지금
So this is the kind of things that big techs want to create, and they promote that. I'm not here to just boast that we are better than big tech, but there has been needs in the market already from a long time ago, but there was no clear solution. And they want to address this with big tech and a big amount of data, but that's not the only solution because details are also important in this field. But so far, the research has been all theoretical. But what about in such a case? You're wearing a glove, you're wearing a surgery cloth,
Mic on. Informal. Open. Anterior resection. 18.0 by 5.0. Mass size 3.7 by 2.5. Save.
이렇게 해서 저장.
So this is how you save your voice recognition data. And how does this happen in the surgery room?
한 줄 띄고 puncture was done for right common femoral artery under US nephroscopic guidance.
아마 미국에도 이거
So I guess even in the US, this is something unimaginable. And next are nurses.
간호사의 음성은 휴대전화 크기 단말기에 실시간 입력됩니다. 수분이 깨끗하고요. 소변줄이랑 배우가 삽입되어 있어요.
네. 시간상 다
Due to time constraints, I can show till the end of the video, but because nurses mostly use natural language, it is important for the model to capture natural language. And this GMR that we developed, it is generative, and I believe this will be the future of the medical field. Among the conversation between the doctor and patient, our model can capture the name of the disease itself and pinpoint it. And we are almost done with the development and are going to deploy it soon. And this is our and thanks to our hard effort, we have taken up the top in terms of the market share, and many Korean hospitals are adopting our product. And in the first quarter next year, we will make inroads into the international markets and are also planning to list the company in 2025. And we are the only company that already has the product in the market using generative AI. And based on our technological advancement, we will keep our competitive edge and will be a sustainable company. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I have witnessed how this AI devices are utilized in hospitals myself, and it seems that they are using your service. Thank you for giving us this introduction. Now, I'd like to introduce you to the company called Action Power. Just by the name, you can imagine how powerful this company is. The company has Tagalog, which literally means turning every audio into words using AI. But it is not just an AI transcription platform. It hopes to write down all documents in paper and store them as knowledge management service. Let us welcome Cho Hong-sik from Action Power to the stage. Please welcome him with a big hand. Hello, everyone. I am Cho Hong-sik from Action Power. Thank you so much for giving me this precious opportunity. We at the Action Power is really committed to AI. We were established in 2016 and we have been working for about 10 years in AI technology, and we have been doing research and development, and we have 550 team members to develop the AI technologies, and we are turning them into services. We provide AI multimodal technologies, and we can categorize them into three parts. The first is audio and video and language models. So I've been telling you about how committed we are to AI. And as we have developed AI and providing services to AI for a long time, we are now finally ushering in the era of AI, and we are seeing a lot of AI companies mushrooming. And in order for companies to grow into great AI startups, we have to think a lot about what matters. And I'll be giving you an introduction of our company, but we believe that the following three values are important for an AI startup to be sustainable and successful. So first off, to be a good AI startup, you need to have great capacity for major models, either it be voice or image or processing power. You need to have the highest level of accuracy. But we are seeing a new AI technologies coming up day after day. But unfortunately, most of the services are focused on accuracy. And scaling up is not really talked about. So, of course, having the right AI technology is important, but it's also important to deploy them to a lot of people in an efficient manner. So you need to have the right operation technologies as well. And third, of course, you need to R&D them well, but you need to actually contribute to the good. And to do that, you need to have these services by yourselves. That is another important factor that determines the sustainability. Because if you have the service, can you really provide meaningful services to the consumers? And Consumers, the real world data provided by the customers can be put into the AI model, and this can lead to a great flywheel for AI. So with that in mind, we are doing R&D on speech, language, and vision related technologies. You're saying that it's three areas, but underneath that, there are numerous sectors and numerous themes. And we are all doing research on themselves, and we're internalizing as well. And we can meet the demands of the clients specifically because we are doing the research ourselves. And as you can see on the right side, we have Tagulo, our own service, and the customers can use it in their own apps and webs. And companies want to use them, and they want to use it on the cloud as API to advance their own services. But because this is our own proprietary service, this does not require cloud or internet. This can be introduced in IDC, or this can be used on-premise level. So these are the business areas that we are working on. First off, we started with the voice recognition research. Voice recognition is already much generalized these days, but a lot of people might have felt frustrated because this does not work. And as we developed voice recognition 8 years ago, compared to Amazon or other big name techs, we were able to record high level accuracy, and baseline recognition is high for our service, of course. But when they meet different clients, a lot of the clients want the service to recognize some proper nouns well. So based on keyword boosting, we increase accuracy for those proper nouns as well. Also, of course, voice recognition is about converting audio to text, but text can be too long, so some customers want to have them summarized. And also, LLM analysis is important for the technology itself. And these days, large language model is getting a lot of attention. And that's why we are using our own LLM for translation, summary, or context-based QA. So with all of these lines, we call this audio intelligence. And this may be evaporating if we don't record them, but we hope to record them and convert it into valuable data. Also, in terms of vision, it's all about changing image into text. So we use OCR, and with image generation technologies, we help people create better quality webtoons. And we even have the technology to summarize videos automatically. So these were the technologies that we are researching on, and Tagalog is the commercial service that we provide. We have been operating this for about 6 years, and about 400,000 users are using this. And this is the first time in Korea where the AI is used for a service to be commercialized, targeting the general public. When I believe that a lot of you would go to seminars, and if you just turn on our Tagalog app, you don't need to record or write down the meeting minutes. This app can summarize the meetings automatically, so it can be helpful for students and the employees, and the Daegu City and Samsung Mulsan and EBS and these different company clients are utilizing our Tagalog service as well. So I'm going to tell you how our service is used by company clients. You may know about the limits of LLM, and in some of the cases, they lie, and that's why we provide the guidelines for the CS service, so that the service do not provide any lies and do not provide any inaccurate statements. Also, you can see a lot of AICC and the real-time voice recognition. It's quite different from voice recognition of recorded versions. The fast it goes, accuracy goes down, but we complemented it by introducing AI to real-time voice recognition. And when you do a research on voice recognition, we were able to get another technology. When people do a personal identification in the customer centers, people can now utilize their voice to identify themselves without having to provide any other identification. And with all of this, either we hope to collect the knowledge data, and we hope to serve as a knowledge hub and knowledge storage that will help us in research and development for ourselves and also for the clients. And based on this data, we hope to move into the educational, commerce, marketing, and visual content area. And we hope to turn them into service and expand our business areas. We are composed of very excellent workforces. And for the past 8 years, we have been building strong teams and there have been no churns. And so we are working on research and development in a very sturdy manner. Out of 50 people, 70% are research and development professionals, and over half of them have more than master's degree at top engineering schools in Korea. So we have a very high level engineers. And that's why we can publish papers in a high level overseas conferences, and we also have a lot of patents. We have more than 50 patents. So this was a presentation on our eight, and we were able to get about three different investments, and in total we got 15 billion won in investments, and we are going to advance our technology more and grow further. I hope that a lot of clients can join the existing large client pool, and I hope that you can also look forward to our technology. Thank you so much.
잘 들었.
Thank you. Voice-based AI service, that was very impressive. So probably because of that, your diction was very good. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, do you know what is the most preferred future career for elementary schoolers? It is to be a YouTuber. We will now introduce to you a company that is closely tied to the YouTubers. It is a company that provides IP-free music for YouTubers. Let us introduce BGM Factory and its creator, Mr. Park Jong-ho, the CEO of Little Song Music, and find out how IP-free background music is possible. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm the CEO of Little Song Music. Through music tech, we develop original IP, background music, and distribute them. So we introduce our company as Little Song Filling in the World. So original IP is creation of someone, and that creation can be a little something, right? And we want to bring it to the global stage through our distribution system. And that is our dream or vision. So when you look at the screen, there are TV shows that you must be already familiar with. Do you know why I'm introducing this? Because these are programs that used our background music that we provided. So about 150 TV shows used our background music, and we are working in partnership with a number of creators and a number of TV broadcasters to create content and create videos. So the problems that we want to solve are three-pronged. First is, of course, the IP law, which is the most important. When we say intellectual property, laws around the intellectual properties, not only in the domestic market, but also in Europe or other international market, there are many international standards around the IP law. And in particular, when it comes to music content, the IP system is too complicated. So the compliance has always been the biggest challenge for many music makers. So that was one issue that we wanted to solve. And Another is to be able to source the background music that you need right away at your hand. Also, to be able to distribute this creation and to provide them to the users, music tech was important for distribution of music, and that is technology. So, with these three categories, we wanted to solve the IP related issues for all kinds of music around the world. And in particular, in the case of Korea, the IP law is entrusted through another government body. So it goes through another body, but this is the kind of thing that has to be decentralized for us to go into the global market. And when it's not decentralized, entering the global market becomes very difficult. And in particular, in the case of Korea, if you have the IP rights, you can entrust it is not the system where you entrust a part of the IP rights, but you entrust even the creation that you are going to create. Therefore, which is all the reason why decentralization is even more important, but is challenging at the moment. The background music or other music for commercial uses went through proxy companies for distribution. So creating contracts and other legal matters after distribution and how to do the licensing for other platforms where they play the music, those have all been difficulties that didn't have clear answers. And those were problems that we wanted to solve. So we used the Korean music law where we can insist that companies should be music IP holders, so the creators can be free from IP issues. And from the very development stage, we design and put together our thoughts on how we want to create music and create music accordingly. So we create music that can be practically put to use for creators. The Our music IP is what we call K-style BGM, and some people wonder why we don't use music from overseas markets, but K-wave is a big thing culturally all around the world, and K-dramas and K-pop. It makes sense that they are made in the Korean market because they need music that goes well with a video. You don't create video that goes well with the music, right? So we want to create music that can help video content creators. That's why we call it K-style BGM. So what we call KBGM, we have 32,000 KBGM songs, but not only that, we have 14,000 IP rights, and we also have proprietary rights to distribute NC Sound background music. And as I said, the IP law around music content is very complicated, which is one of the things that we wanted to address, and we believe decentralization is the key to it, as we said, and decentralization will be key to managing the rights effectively and easily. And one example is this TV show Hyena. This is on Netflix, and K East and us made a direct contract, and through the contract, we made IP management on Netflix very easy. So this hyena used, except from the theme song, all the other background music were provided by our company. And not only creating and distributing music, we go further than that. Of course, bringing music to people, users, is very important, but music tech is very important for us to as well. It is to even boost the market and make the music delivery faster and to help with the distribution. And we have developed music DAM system to enable easier IP management, music distribution management, and we also applied AI technology, the generative AI technology, and we use music data that generative AI models can use for learning. And we have 32 of such songs, and we have created API to that end, and are providing that as a service. And also our music AI service that we developed is in the market already. AI video analysis, AI emotion analysis, AI song suggestion, and AI composition are all carried out based on our AI technologies to make it easy for people to choose music that they like, discover music that they like, and apply the music to their video creations. And all of this are being done through collaboration with big companies, and we have also partnered up with Naver Cloud. And this is our paradigm. We and going beyond mere background music provision, we are aiming to be integrated music tech company and create global music distribution network as well. So we have built the AI Music Foundation, and this is going to be one of our main income revenue. And let me introduce to you my team. We have legal experts, we have technology experts, and platform operation experts, and of course, music creators all together. We have people with abundant know-how in each field. I'm the CEO. I have studied law and in particularly IP law. I have my doctor's degree around IP law, and our CSO worked with GP Club and other well-known companies as a project PM. And our music producer creates many K-pop numbers and has created the music for many musicals. And our CTO has experience in distributing and managing licensing and automating license management for K-pop songs. And the BGM Factory initially targeted creator video, and now we are expanding it into the global market. And with this revenue model, we are looking forward to expand our business globally. And within the next 5 years, we are sure that we will see significant growth. And as you must already know, the IP industry is pretty lucrative. So about 70% of the sales come from sales efforts. And with this high return, we believe we'll be able to go public very soon. And this is short list of our customer. And we have these customers from public organizations, big companies, and some high-name content creators that you must have heard of. And we provide background music for these companies, and our experience is adding further up to our experience. And we will keep continue to make great efforts into this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not an elementary school student myself, but I have always dreamed of becoming a YouTuber, so maybe one day I can use this myself. So we have just looked at BGM sector. Now let me introduce you to a platform which is a very helpful companion to K-pop composers. Last year, the company collaborated with famous artists like Ailey and Hong Jin-young. So how did this AI composing technology come about? Mr. Lee Jong-hyun will walk you through this world. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 앞서서 토크 콘서트
So he joined us in the talk concerts, but I didn't know that music composition was possible through AI. Thanks for letting us know about this field. It makes me all the more curious. And before this presentation, we're going to have a look at a short video. Are we ready?
우선 가장 이제 발표에 앞서
Before the presentation, I'd like to show you a video that we worked on. Shin Seung-tae is focused on trot music, and we also released a music album for Billy, and also for Hong Jin-young and Ailey. And these major artists we collaborated. And this shows how the AI composing technologies have become very high level. The K-pop album is known to be of very high quality, but AI composing technologies are now evolved enough to do that. Our slogan is creating and enjoying the music whenever they want and need. And let me explain to you more about our vision. So, music was always thought of as an area for experts. Of course, people can enjoy and listen to the music, but producing it and creating it was thought of as the area for the experts. And there could be lots of reasons for that, because first of all, you need to know a lot about the music theories and you need to have the expensive music equipments at hand. And we wanted to open this up to the general public. And that's why we introduced this technology. And we utilized the AI music composition technology. And we started research 10 years ago. And in the early stage, when we did the research, well, a long time ago, the Mozart or this big name composers had wanted to find ways to easily compose their music, but and now we have lots of music composition technology that's possible through OpenAI, but still it's quite difficult to come up with the right music. That's because of data. We have a lot of data released, but they cannot be used because of IP issues and so we wanted to address this issue. Instead of simply having the models learn about the data, we decided to have the AI algorithm follow the process that human composers follow. So we programmed the generation theories, and that's how we created our generation engine. In data learning process, when you do a run, deep learning or LLM models based on vast amount of data, even though you run this system, you will end up having a music that follows and copies the existing music. So we wanted to address this using algorithm, which only requires minimum data. And even with the minimum data, we can provide high quality music. And because we were able to create this entire process, we can assist melody composition, but we can also provide additional services, like we can streamline the music creation process. And also, IP issues are solved because people also participate. It's not about um, the composer simply getting the final version. They can also participate in the procedure, so that can mean profits for the humans as well. 2 years ago, we started technology. We completed technology 2 years ago, and we launched this composing service for experts. And this provides lots of ideas for melody. And what took about 3 to 4 months for the composers have now been cut down to several weeks. So it improves productivity for human composers and it can also reduce costs. And that's why a lot of people are using our products and services. So in total, we were able to release 500,000 melodies. And the Musea service was launched, and a lot of the educational sector have been focused on this area as well. Well, even though this requires a lot of sophisticated process and system, uh, teachers decided to introduce them into their school programs because they wanted to have the students participate. And we decided to actually create a platform out of this officially for educational purposes. We can possibly embed it in the educational tablet or educational PC. And that's how we came to create Museum 1. And the beta version started from last month. And now it's already available to everyone's um, access. I'll just skip the video. And what's interesting about this Museo One service is this. This is targeting a more general public. So we thought about how we can make music more easily. So you can ask what kind of music the people want to create using ChatGPT, and the users can give keywords. And based on the keywords, lyrics will be created. And based on that, the melodies and the entire songs will be created. And the people can edit afterwards, and they can also create their own favorite service. So we can call this an integrated generation service. And as we have been doing this business, there have been a lot of questions about plagiarism. But again, we don't use data directly, but still, there could be some similarity with existing music, and this could lead to IP issues. And we have been utilizing YouTube channel for the past 5 years, and we have been uploading about 5,000 different musics. And we have been uploading the final music version to YouTube. And because Google has the strongest IP protection service to find out any plagiarized music, if we had such plagiarized music, the Google have found it out, but there were no such case. And also, we not only did the collaboration with the artists. As for Korea's art studio, which is recognized as the highest level quality, we were able to provide services to them. And this shows that our technology and artistic skills and our capacity is really high level because our AI technology is quite complete. As for Ava or M for Music, the global startups that focused on composition, they were there, and Google's and OpenAI have been trying to compose music. And compared to those services, we are better because we minimize the use of data and we use algorithm. That is why, in terms of interactions, well, the customers have greater control, and we can provide the services that the customers want, and also the customers can edit the final versions. We started with a professional composition, and then we moved on to Museo One, which is for the general public and for educational purposes. And moving on, we hope to utilize more IP based data so that we can expand it to greater areas. As for music labels, as we collaborate with professional artists, AI can provide very fast service. So even when we collaborate with the artists, we can provide quick music to them. So AI and music and this entire areas can be covered. And we have this assistive music composition technologies. At the same time, we also can provide a final version, high quality music, and with that, we can touch 2 trillion won market. And we have 4 PhD members, including me, and we started as a research team, but now we have more people recruited. And we are different from any other teams because there were no turns for the past 7 years. And we have been continuing on with the world-class technological development with the same team, and that sets us apart from any other teams. And we will continue to develop and advance high-quality service. Thank you.
네, 잘
Thank you, Mr. Lee. We hope that you will keep introducing great songs to us. And finally, last but not least, if you've ever tried shooting and editing videos yourself, you must be interested in this company's solution. This company provides technologies that can cut your editing time from 30 minutes to just 2 minutes. It's a company very serious about video editing. We have a CEO Chun Dong-hyuk of Video Monster. Please welcome him with a big applause. Hi, nice to meet you. We are a company who gives booking, who provide booking support and also suggest music recommendations to you. My name is Chun Dong-hyuk from Video Monster. First of all, before we dive into the business model, I want to walk you through a little bit about the global tourism industry. It is a very large industry, but globally, only big four companies are monopolizing this global market. And the domestic OTA market, through the fast digital transformation of traditional tourism agency and big platforms creating their traveling platforms, it is turning into a red ocean as well. So is there still an opportunity for new companies in this OTA market? Of course, it is not easy. Nevertheless, we have spotted some opportunities. And the first opportunity is in the behavior pattern of the users. When people leave reviews, about 90% of people check their reviews when they want to make bookings for their traveling, and most of them also prefer videos for reviews. And among videos, they want short clips that's shorter than 1 minute to check the review for their traveling reviews. So this is a big opportunity, this preference of Generation MZ for short clip reviews. And this is the type of the video that most people look up, and after they come back from their traveling is also the kind of content that they create the most. And the second, when they make the booking on booking platforms, there are not many video reviews not reflecting this trend. It is the kind of the data type, kind of the information type that's most favored but not provided. And also with the automatic video creation technology of our Video Master and our long experience, we have strong capabilities to have competitive edge in the market. And with the demand and preference of people toward this video and our automatic video editing technologies, with this, we believe we'll be able to become a vertical traveling commerce platform, what we call VIV. This is what we focus on, mostly around short travel video clips. But there are two things that we have to address before going into it. First of all, editing video requires a lot of time and effort. You should already know, but even creating a very short clip, it requires about 30 minutes to 1 hour of editing time. And after you edit after such a long time, when you share it on social media, the location info and how you can get there and how you can make bookings, where you can check the review, that kind of information is not linked to this social media posting. So when they want to actually make the booking, they have to check out different websites. So they cannot do everything all at once on a single app. So this is the inconvenience that users are experiencing. So this is why we use AI technologies to automate video editing. With only one click, user can complete their video, and the completed video, as you can see here, not just show travel information, but also provide the Google review, the location info, and the means to make reservations all together in the data. And second, based on the location data, we link the review, booking, and all the systems to the completed video clip, meaning while looking at the video, we enable preferred customer behavior of those people. And Vivo has, and we also have automatic translation feature for our traveling in Korea and also in Japan. So vendors can introduce themselves easily even in the international market. And we also provide a search feature. So based on where they are located, users can find places to visit based on where they're located. So this automatic editing feed and travel facility booking linked all together After our beta launch in this January, we have seen a significant growth in the number of users, as you can see here. The average staying time of customers is 7.28 minutes, which is very long for a travel agency app. And our goal is to increase this to 10 minutes and up, and to convert users into actual booking through our platform. So this was a little bit about technology, but to sum up, basically, we enable users to edit the videos and images that they shoot using their phones real time, easily, through an automated way. And we link the data such as where it was taken, what it is, and other kinds of metadata that can be linked to the video. And we also analyze the demographic features of the people featured in the video as part of our metadata that we link and label on the video. And based on this metadata, we feed this metadata into our auto editing feature, and we automatically also categorize them into, for example, restaurants or facilities or accommodations, etc. And we also use this feature to make suggestions. So Vivo is a platform that helps automatic editing using AI and makes suggestions for traveling, accommodation, and facilities. So basically, it is an all-in-one application for travelers. So we start from content like hotels. We receive sales fee from the hotels when bookings are made. And also there are facilities that need reviews, and we provide API to those companies, to those booking platforms that need our video API. And our income from the platform, they incur by us sharing the content with the customers. So we believe our target market has at least 10 million user size. And especially the exchange between Korea and Japan will amount to 20 trillion Korean won. And a little bit about our competitors. There are many short videos on existing video platforms, but we provide all the booking system and all the relevant information all together with the video, not just the review video, which is our differentiator. And compared to other competitors, we have competitive edge that can appeal toward Generation MZ. So I told you we did a beta launch in January, and in August, we already have a bunch of MAU and shared video on the platform. And by the end of the year, we aim to have 80,000 MAU. And so that was a bit about Vivo. And this is Video Monster, our platform for AI advertisement. So a little bit more about this. There's almost 1 million of accumulated download numbers and more than 500,000 completed video on our platform. And last year, on this video platform as well, we have created more than 1 billion Korean won. And we will keep advancing this into B2B and SaaS. So, and for individuals' needs for video content related to traveling and information, that we will keep channeling toward Vivo. And by 2026, we believe that Video Monster and Vivo altogether will yield 20 billion sales. A little bit about our team members. So I personally also have a long time of experience in video creation, and our development team leader and CSO, our CSO head has a strong background in Japanese customer management. So using Vivo, we connect videos in the world for travelers, and we hope people will dream of their travels on our platform, and we want to create new ways to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chun Dong-hyuk. Now, this brings us to the end of the startup pitching session. I would like to express my gratitude to all the AI startup CEOs for your time. Now, this brings us to the end of Try Everything with Ginny Forum. Please note that all of the programs today can be revisited through Try Everything YouTube channel and Korea Startup Association YouTube channel. I look forward to your active interest. We will come back with more fruitful information next year. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Try Everything 2023. I'm Andrew Park, the co-CEO of StoryCity. It's my honor to facilitate today's chat with two rock stars in the travel industry, Donggon Lee from My Real Trip and Johannes Reck from Get Your Guide. Both companies have been reshaping how we approach travel experiences, and I'm thrilled to dive into this discussion and learn from their journeys. Before we dive deep into our panel talk, let's get to know our panelists and their organization in a little bit more detail. So we'll begin with a short overview of Get Your Guide. Please, a warm welcome for Johannes Reck, the co-founder and the CEO of Get Your Guide.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and I'll kick it off by giving you a brief introduction of Get Your Guide and our journey. It actually started now 14 years ago, so quite a while. It's been over a decade now, with a trip to Asia. So not too far from here in Beijing, I actually ended up booking a flight on a student trip a day early. And my co-founder Tao, who's Chinese, only arrived a day later. And through that experience, I realized what it means to be in a country where you don't speak the language and where you don't know where to go, but where you actually have time and want to do sightseeing and want to do experiences. And the day when he came and became the tour guide was so magical that coming back to Zurich, where we both studied, we made plans to actually program a website where anyone, any student in the world can upload tours online and can sell tours on the internet. But we soon found out there are actually not that many students that actually want to sell tours. However, there's an incredible market of professional travel experiences, so professional providers, small businesses, that provide very unique things to do that aren't listed online yet and that cannot take reservations online. And we then, as Get Your Guide, became the first global platform to actually offer these tools and that technology to local experiences businesses, and thereby started to digitize the market. And the market is vast. So today we estimate there are more than 1 million experience providers globally. At Get Your Guide, we're just crossing our 100,000th listing. So we have more than 100,000 experiences now live and bookable on the platform. And even more so, there's a massive consumer trend towards experiences. Now, over the course of Get Your Guide, we've had more than 120 million experience bookings, just 40 million of which happened in the last 12 months, showcasing the strong growth after the pandemic. And our clearly defined goal now is to build the one global brand in the experiences category. We want to do what Amazon did for retail, Netflix for movies, or Airbnb for accommodation in the experience industry, which we believe is the next big greenfield in online travel. The experiences market, if you look at it, is a massive market. So the broader experience market, which includes at-home experiences, so what you do on your weekend, is estimated to be $1 trillion annually. And the travel experiences market, so what you do when you go on a trip somewhere, is $300 billion a year. Roughly 60% is in the US and in Europe, 30% roughly is in Asia, and the rest in Oceania, Latam, and Africa. And what's even more striking is that the uptick is so strong. So what we see is 80% roughly of millennials prefer to purchase experiences over physical goods. And at the same point in time, the digital adoption now is very strong. So I only have the metrics for Europe and the US, but in Europe and the US, after the pandemic, you've seen a 40% uptick in terms of digital penetration of the market. And it's always been underpenetrated. Now we see a leapfrogging ahead in terms of digital bookings in the market, both on the consumer side, so consumers booking on their smartphones, booking on the app, and on the flip side, also on the supply side, suppliers are really using the digital channel to distribute their inventory and receive online bookings. And last but not least, you can see that in our numbers as well. So in 2022, we're double the pre-pandemic size of 2019, and that is despite Q1 being very negative due to the pandemic and despite APAC not having come back. Now in 2023, again, we will be massively bigger than 2022. So you can see the trajectory, that exponential trajectory in growth continuing post pandemic. That resulted in Get Your Guide recently raising a $2 billion valuation, raising $200 million at a $2 billion valuation mark, despite the choppy markets right now, which is a testament that investors truly believe in this category. And that they do see the future of experiences as a major category in technology. We also partner, and I will leave it with that, with a multitude of brands from leading airlines such as Emirates, Lufthansa, Air France, KLM, to loyalty programs like American Express, where the exclusive provider of experiences. We are the majority provider of experiences at Expedia.com as well, which is also leading here in Korea. And last but not least, we've recently announced our exclusive partnership with Lonely Planet, which is a major travel guide publisher as well. So you can not only book the experiences on Get Your Guide, .com or the app, but also on our rich network of experience partners. And I'm very glad that today I'm also here with one of our partners on stage, which is My Real Trip. And with that, I'll hand it over to you.
Right. Thank you, Johannes. Now let's hear about Donggun and his journey with My Real Trip. Let's give it up for Donggun.
Hi, I'm Donggun from My Real Trip. I found this company 11 years ago, 2012, so right after my university graduation. So at that time, I was considering about the business item to start, and I saw the huge potential and opportunity in travel market because I had seen a kind of a paradigm shift in Korean travel market at the time. So before 2010s, many Koreans prefer to go travel using group package travel product made by traditional agencies because there was a language barrier and lack of information. Yeah, but after 2010s, thanks to a smartphone, at the time smartphone is getting popular and popular, the problem of lack of information has been solved. So especially young generations from 20s to 30s, they prefer to go travel using free independent travel product or platform like Skyscanner or Booking or Expedia. So I thought that there is no local player who are focusing on this paradigm shift. So that's why I started my road trip in 2012. So in travel category, I decided to focus on this customer problem. What should I do while traveling? Because I thought that in 2012, many travelers could book cheapest flight using a Skyscanner, or they could book affordable accommodation through Booking.com or Agoda or Expedia. But I thought that what to do or in destination experience, that category was empty. So and I thought that this problem was the most important problems for travelers, but no one focused on this sector. So that's why I started my real trip as connecting travelers with local guide directly. So I thought that the true joy of travel is derived from what to experience or what to eat and who you travel with. Of course, airline ticket is mandatory to travel, but everyone says about what to experience, what to eat, what to eat, or who you travel with, not what to use or which airline. Yeah. So I launched my real trip service in 2012. So basically, we connected local guide with travelers directly, and this is a screenshot captured in 2012. And this, for example, this tour was made by Stanford University student. So this is the tour. Stanford University campus tour run by real Stanford University students. Of course, there were some Stanford campus tour run and hosted by traditional agencies, but I was pretty sure that this experience is extremely unique and different from these kind of traditional tours. So for travelers, basically, a Mario trip enables them to explore and find experiences they can enjoy during their travel. And for our partners, suppliers like tour guide, we provide an avenue, the place to promote their services to our targeted audiences. And for the first 5 years, we only focus on tours and activity service. But since 2016, we expanded our service area to fly selling flight ticket or accommodations or transportation, telecom, and insurances. So we defined ourselves as a travel super app, comprehensive travel solution for every Korean travelers. So actually, this is a my relative GMV chart, and it is same as Get Your Guide GMV chart, I think. So right before COVID-19 in 2019, my relative has grown up 3 times every year. But due to COVID-19, our GMV dropped to 30% of 2019 level, and you can also see the blue bar after COVID-19, and it means that we started domestic travel service because of COVID-19. So green bar represent for outbound travel GMV, and blue bar represent for domestic travel GMV. So in this year, our estimation GMV is over $1 billion US. So it is the highest in the history. So over the past 11 years, our core focus has been on connecting travelers with travel-related products like tours or activities or accommodations and flight ticket. But we made a new mission for from this year. So we want to connect travelers, fostering shared experiences. So we aim to link each traveler's experience with others who have a similar tastes and preferences. So, like for example, family travelers to Paris are keen to learn from the experience of other families who traveled Paris already. Or solo travelers to Japan, they are interested in hearing about the past experience of other solo travelers in Japan. So yeah. So this is the brief introduction of my road trip, and thank you for the listening. Yeah.
Okay, now I will briefly introduce about my company as well. Can you pass me the? Sorry. Okay, my company Story runs the Korea's biggest travel community media, which is called 여행에 미치다 or Travelholic. So we are a community of 3.6 million Korean travelers spread across various social media platforms. Our main platform right now is Instagram, and we have a quickly growing TikTok account as well. We change with the changing media environment that has been rapidly transforming. So how we grew to be this big community is the rise of social media and the opportunity that the social media content had on travel. You see, travel is one of the key topics that each of the social media platforms emphasize, and we rode that wave by creating a very social media friendly accounts and contents where people can freely upload and consume each other's travel experiences, and that has powered this community of young travelers. So how we our main business model is we partner with our clients, which are mostly travel boards, local city governments, and brands, to promote their products or services on social media, and that's where our expertise lie. For example, when we partner with Qantas, we not only create branded content, but we create events where users can participate, and we also do campaigns with travel creators, and we also sell some travel related products. And with all those in social media, we create a buzz where the young travelers get engaged to a certain product or service, and hence get immersed in the brands. And because travel is such a it's a diverse industry in one, which means it's fashion, it's F&B, it's mobility, it's accommodations, it's even finance. So we work with various brands and clients And even at this moment, we're working with more than 10 clients in creating social media related campaigns. And we are at the center of creator economy as well. When this community began back in 2016, a lot of travel creators who are now, some of them are famous figures, they all emerged from this ecosystem. They set out to be prominent creators by just posting stuff on the Facebook accounts, on our Instagram channels, and we highlight them and then give them a boost. And that's how we grew together. And we still work with these creators in a lot of our projects to create more attractive content. And every media company wants to do commerce nowadays, and we are not an exception. We were thinking, oh, we show travel all the time. Why don't we create that travel that our audience would actually like? Because we think there's a white space in the package travel space. So first, what we did was we listened to our users. We have a very direct relationship with our community users. So we asked them, oh, what are your pain points? Like, what do you want from the travel in 2023? Because we're still dealing with products from the 90s, right? So, and then we incorporate that into our new travel products where the focus is on two things. First, adventure, and second, social. Every customer feedback that we had was, oh, after travel, what I remember is the people that I went with. So that means a lot. And that's the element that's missing in today's travel, the social part. People are lonely, people want to be connected, and travel is the best way to do that. So we do all the necessary work to make social part of the travel very important. And that's why all of our tours have been sold out in less than 48 hours, despite their relatively high price. So that's the avenue that we'll be exploring. And I think we're at a very interesting intersection where there's a growing creator economy, there's a growing need for social content, and people are asking for a new type of travel. And with the intersection of that, I think we can make more innovations in the coming future. Thank you so much. All right, now let's get into the discussion. The first question is that what I find really unique about these two companies is that you guys started out from tour and activities, whereas the other OTAs started usually from hotel and accommodation, right? So I wanted to ask, how did that shape your identity and growth trajectory starting from the tour and activity space?
I think it shaped it quite a bit because the experience economy is fundamentally different compared to flights, hotels, rental cars, or the other commodity products in travel. Other products are very easily classified, easy to understand. A king size bed is a king size bed in any hotel around the world, more or less. And an experience can be many different things. So if you think about how do I experience Seoul, this can be a food experience, this can be a guided tour, this can be a transfer, this can be an attraction ticket. And all of these different types of experiences are very heterogeneous in the way how they are set up. And to actually, on the one hand, have the simplicity for the customer to easily inspire them with the right experience, and at the same point in time, handle the complexity on the back end towards all of these different types of experience suppliers requires a lot of investment and a lot of creativity on the technology side. And I think that has shaped us as a company a lot and continues to shape us.
Yeah. I think airline ticket and accommodations are more like a standardized product, like we can call it commodity. So, but for to survive in competition, or to gain customer attention, I think differentiation is the point. So selling standardized product is not unique or attractive, but experience sector, there cannot be exact same experience because, for example, we are selling Louvre tours in France, but in my trip there are over 40 Louvre tours. So each one has each one is run by different tour guide, and we can call it is all different experience. So it is all Louvre tours, but it is not same experience, or it is not standardized. So I think this point is that is why customers love my real trip, or that is why customers visit my real trip. And yeah, I think this is the most important point. Yeah.
So from the tech standpoint, because as Johannes mentioned, there's not really a standardization of products. Did it pose a bigger challenge for you guys from the tech and backend standpoint?
Yeah, obviously, because on the one hand, the tech backend for the suppliers needs to be a lot more sophisticated than in other verticals because there are just so many more edge cases. So, the famous children entrance ticket to the local zoo from age 8 to 18 doesn't exist in the same way on other platforms. So just to accommodate that for that on your own backend, and at the same point in time, make it easy for suppliers to onboard and self-manage. And then also the entire connectivity piece. So we are connected to thousands of partners via APIs. And to manage that is quite complex, and to have that real-time availability up to the very last minute. So people in experiences do expect that they can book, cancel, rebook, very easily with great flexibility. And to be capable of doing that as a marketplace is no small feat, and it means a lot of tech investment.
So Sangok, you asked about the importance of technology in travel field, right? So basically, my real trip gain traction from selling an airline ticket, and we cross-sell accommodations and tours and activities. So selling airline ticket and accommodations and tours and activities, it is very complex in terms of technology. So before COVID-19, our tech team is around 30 people, but now around 180. So we invested a lot in tech team because we want to make a seamless experience from booking airline to tours and activities or insurances. So yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So becoming a travel super app is not an easy task from the tech standpoint as well. So now that we are talking about tech, I want to bring up the topic of AI. I know AI is the hot topic everywhere in the tech and startup space, and we have AI related topics here in Try Everything. How do you guys think about AI in your business and your services? Are there ongoing service elements, and what are your plans of incorporating AI?
I can start. So we've been working on AI and machine learning already for quite a while. So we've had a team on ML for, I would say 5, 6 years already. And it has multiple touch points in the business. So for us, I would say the recent revolution around large language models has been something that's very welcome because it accelerates the things that we had already been working on. And I can give you a couple of examples. Most strikingly from the side of the consumer, using AI in order to provide better recommendation is very, very meaningful. So you can imagine when a Korean traveler goes to Paris, you might be interested in very different things than if a Parisian thinks about what they want to do on the weekend. And the types of recommendations that we give to Koreans now is very localized and specialized, and that is machine learning, that is AI fundamentally. And we've seen huge conversion rate gains from that. So over time, these models, which are self-learning and always improving, actually drive more conversions, so more bookings to our suppliers, and thereby more value across our entire market place. Content is another one. So we used to be very focused on manual translations, for instance, and optimization of our content. Today, it's rather the opposite. So the AI does the content generation and also the content translation, and the human is rather there to quality assess and check. So it's turned completely on its head, which is very helpful for us because that accelerates internationalization. And then on the supply side, equally, AI is just very helpful in telling suppliers when you actually should create more availability, what are the right pricing levels, how can we help you with generative AI to really accelerate the product creation on Get Your Guide and to optimize that. So there are lots of use cases. And then obviously the very prominent use case that everyone is talking about is customer service. All of our customer service contacts now, the vast majority is handled by an AI, and then only if there's an escalation, a human gets in touch. So across the board, I think what we can see is we can have the same business with substantially lower fixed costs simply because automation is supercharged now with the advent of generative AI.
Yeah, we have two interesting existing cases. So in February, we launched AI travel planner service using ChatGPT integration. So we made that service in just 48 hours. And I'm pretty sure that we launched that service in February. We are one of the earliest travel company which adopted generative AI technology in the worldwide. So it gained a lot of attention. Basically, it helped a traveler to organize their trips using generative AI technology. But I think there should be more improvement. So currently, we don't do that service anymore. But we are considering about the next steps. And in April, we also launched duty-free price comparison service in Korean, 면세점 가격 비교. And one of the most popular products in duty-free store is whiskey. So, for example, Johnny Walker, we compare the prices of Johnny Walker Blue in each duty-free store like Shilla, Lotte, Hyundai, and we found that there are huge price gap for each duty-free store. So it is very useful service for travelers. But when we upload a product like Johnny Walker Blue, we should make a product description, right? So like Johnny Walker Blue's taste. So we automatically fill that travel product descriptions using ChatGPT. So ChatGPT automatically fill each product description. So it is one of the example of how we use generative AI in the backend side. Yeah,
That's amazing. One thing I was curious about, and I used to run an automatic itinerary building service myself.
Yeah.
So I want to ask a question. So one of the topics in travel in AI adoption is can it create the perfect itinerary for me, personalized version of it to pretty much everywhere in the world. And now there seems to be a couple of roadblocks in achieving that vision. And I want to hear your thoughts about the itinerary building and what are some of the challenges for that to come into reality.
So itinerary building is certainly interesting, and one of the great advances now that we have with ChatGPT is that we can handle much more complex queries. So what that means is, imagine I'm going to Paris with my family and a dog in a month. What are the best things to do over a course of 4 days? That's a question that Get Your Guide before generative AI could not answer. Now we have launched, a new search tool that can give you the full itinerary for exactly that type of query. And the results are really getting better all the time because the AI continues to learn based on our data set and based on our customers. And it is something that I find is incredibly interesting. However, I think the fundamental disconnect that we always have in the travel industry is that it's not only about the itinerary builder. So I think that is one part of the journey. And it's very interesting. And I'm sure we'll make a lot of progress on this over the next couple of years, but also the fulfillment of these different pieces. And the tricky piece is always actually to have the availability, the pricing, to be able to stitch these different pieces together and have a customer journey then that end to end is very smooth. And for us, that's a really big focus, is that on-trip experience, because we know customer satisfaction really hinges upon that. So if something goes wrong, so let's imagine I have the perfect itinerary, but there's one experience out of four that doesn't work out, and you have a no-show, or you can't find the meeting point, or you're late and customer service doesn't work. Doesn't matter how perfect your itinerary is, the overall impression is relatively bad. And that's why quality assurance of the supply and the connectivity and the service level overall is so fundamentally important for experiences.
Yeah, itinerary building is very important for every customers. But the reason why we stopped AI travel planner service is there was a clear limitation because basically generative AI they made the answer based on the data collected all the world universally. But I found that Korean travelers has unique taste. So the universal answer is not helpful for each Korean traveler. So that's why we stopped that service. Instead of doing a service powered by ChatGPT, we launched a community service. As I mentioned before, we thought that past traveler can help current travelers because they have a similar experience and similar taste. So uh, currently we launched a social feature and helping helping current travelers using past travelers advice or itinerary. Yeah.
Great, great. I think that speaks to how you guys are very attentive to the customer feedback and more or less like even real time manner. So I wanted to ask this question. Can you tell me about the instance where there was a customer feedback and that made a very dramatic change in your product or service?
Absolutely. So in the pandemic, a lot of our customers gave feedback that they want to have more flexibility. So what we heard from everyone is that I can't commit to booking an experience, particularly not weeks out, if there's another lockdown and I might have to cancel everything. So that led us to two innovations that really changed the game and step changed our growth again. One was to push all of our supply globally from a lot of different types of cancellation policies to a global 24-hour cancellation policy. So you can cancel everything for free up to 24 hours before the experience starts, which already in itself was a great advance and really helped a lot of people during the pandemic. And we've kept it now after the pandemic. But we supercharged that on top by offering something new, which is called Reserve Now, Pay Later. So you can make a reservation, but you only have to pay 3 days in advance of the experience. And that greatly lengthened the time to booking. So giving us more valuable customers that would be browsing the site and building a full itinerary instead of just doing last minute bookings for an attraction ticket. And also improve the capability for us to upsell, all while giving customers a much greater product experience because they can now reserve and don't need to pay and can still change their mind because they have the 24-hour cancellation policy, so they can cancel for free up to 3 days in advance, and then rebook somewhere else, or pay and then still cancel up to 1 day in advance. So that tremendous flexibility and also flexibility in payment really has yielded great results for us.
As a great initiative, but I was also wondering, did you lose some money in the short term in order to implement that?
Yes and no. So it was such a big boost that we didn't lose money in the short term, but it screwed up a lot of metrics because, as you can imagine, when you offer a 24-hour cancellation policy, particularly in the middle of COVID, it means you get a lot more cancellations. And that in turn sometimes looked crazy. In the early days, we weren't quite sure where it would stabilize. But thankfully, overall, the conversion rate gains and the growth versus the cancellation actually worked for the positive infinitely. And the other one we were obviously very afraid is if we give reserve now, pay later, would we actually see a lot of defaults on payment that we would need to chase? and that actually ended up, thankfully, not to be the case.
Great, great. Okay. Donggon on the customer feedback.
Yeah. Like I said, when I found my relative, I just graduated from university and I was 26. So I was young, and I assumed that my relative's main customer was also young travelers like me. So I was very obsessed with uniqueness itself. So we sold tours like, how can I say in English? 파리 뒷골목 tour. So Paris backstreet tours, run by Parisian, over who has experience of living in Paris over 20 years. So I thought that, oh, this concept is really crazy. Everyone will love this. But for 3 months, there was no reservation at all, zero, literally zero. And after 3 months in July, first reservation was made, and the tour product was Freiburg tours. Of course,
Of
you
course, I know,
from
yeah.
Germany, so you know Freiburg. Actually, that town is very popular for eco-friendly, and the traveler was a government officer who aged over 50, looking for the translator for their business trip. So this case was totally different from my initial intent. So uh, because I made my real trip for 20s, I I never imagined that the people who aged over 40, 50s used our service for translation. So it was not easy to accept the fact that we are very popular for over 40s. But after I realized that this is the real customer, then I changed the website and our key marketing message. Like, so before this experience, our key message was meet the real local experience. But after this experience, I changed it. Find the Korean translator easily, like this. So, and after this change, our reservation is booming, was booming. And for the first 3 years, our main customers were over 45, 40 to 5, 50. So, uh, if I couldn't realize the importance of accepting the customer feedback, I was failed. So yeah.
That's amazing. So, doubling down on that, so business is about numbers, but sometimes it has to be beyond numbers, especially if you're doing travel startup even during the COVID era. So I want to ask about an instance or example where you really felt like you made an impact on people's travel experience, people's lives through your service or products.
Absolutely. So, I personally do a customer service rotation every month. So I literally go to our customer service center, most of which is outsourced, but we still keep a small group in-house just so that we as executives can also be in touch with the customers and can do customer service calls. And I realized after the pandemic, when I went to the service and people in 2022 and now this year, 2023, started to travel again, we had actually lots of inbound calls from people, who needed help with something, but who are also just so grateful to travel again. And that gave me so much inspiration for the mission because you can imagine that, 2 years you're locked down, everyone says travel is over, and you feel, you just saw the GMV charts, our business was in the gutters. Suddenly feeling this positive emotion from customers was really emotional for me as well, and really supercharged me to say, hey, this is now the time to innovate. The experience economy is taking off. We see all of this traction and people really they crave this product. They couldn't wait to get back. And in that sense, being so connected with the customer to me really means a lot. And we continue to learn from customers all the time. We see customer service not as a function where we just try to solve problems, but actually as a value creation center that informs our product roadmap.
Amazing.
Yeah. In around 2015, I traveled frequently to Europe to recruit talented tour guide. So, and when I visited Barcelona, one of our tour guide invited me to the dinner, and she was with his husband. His husband was American, who worked for Disney he was an animator. So I and she and her husband, we had a very great time. And when our tour guide, when she visited toilet, the husband talked to me that, "Hey, Donggan, what is your business plan?" So I said, okay, I'll do my best. I answer like that. And then, please don't sell the company. So, why do you say like that? Because he told me that my wife was very depressed when she moved to Barcelona because she could not speak Spanish at all, and she could not get the job in the Barcelona. So she was very lonely, and she was very depressed, like melancholy. Yeah, but after becoming my road trip tour guide, her life was changed. So husband was very impressed with that change, and that's why he told me that please don't sell the company like that. So it was very memorable moment for me, and I could feel that I changed someone's life, or I changed a world a little. So it was very precious moment for me.
So I think that speaks a lot to the nature of this experience economy. You guys are adding value to not only the travelers but also the suppliers.
Supplier, yeah.
Yeah. So okay. Moving on. All we do every day is decision making as CEOs, right? And you guys have been CEOs for more than a decade now. And I want to ask, what was the best decision you made in the last 3 years as a CEO?
For me, it was actually going against what is conventional wisdom in a crisis and not laying off a lot of people during COVID. When COVID started, I got a lot of calls from very experienced investors who said, there's one golden rule in a crisis: cut early and cut as deep as you can, and do it once. And for many weeks, I was thinking about it. And thankfully, my background is actually not in travel. It's in biochemistry. So I have a major in biochemistry from ETH Zurich. So I actually understood what coronaviruses were. So what I did was I actually went into the research. I looked at the vaccination programs that were out there. BioNTech is a German company. So I studied immediately what they were doing, tried to understand the space and talk to a lot of experts, what the average timeline would be to a vaccine and also to a full recovery. And based on that, we started to have different models. And then we made a very conscious decision to actually keep a lot of staff, and particularly all of product and engineering, and send them through stock to sacrifice some of their salary so the burn rate would go down. But keep on developing. And that now in hindsight has proven to be a golden decision. One, because we are coming out of the pandemic very strong. Second, because there was a bull market in between. If we wouldn't have retained staff, we would have needed to re-recruit them at much, much more expensive rates and probably wouldn't have even been able to do the rebound in the way how we've done the rebound. And three, because it's obviously really cemented company loyalty, because we showed, hey, we stick by you in times of a crisis, like we don't cut you. The employees also stayed very loyal, and they've been really eager then to lean into the rebound, and they've been very incented through the share program which we launched. So I'd say that was probably the best decision.
Yeah, the same as Yona's answer. So we for us, biggest challenge was COVID-19. So our monthly GMV dropped to 4%, minus 96% for just 2 months. It was crazy, and we didn't have enough cash, so there's were some options like laying off the people or cease the operation or etc. But I choose to invest more because I was pretty sure that after the COVID-19, huge rebound will happen. So I persuaded our existing investors to invest more, double down, yeah, for after COVID, post pandemic opportunity. So I persuaded them to invest more, and we got about 400억. We got 400억. We got funding from our existing investors, and we could recruit more talented engineers, and we could build up a very great tech team. And now, after COVID-19 post-pandemic era, we are one of the fastest growing travel company in South Korea, and it was my one of the best decision I ever made.
Super impressive. Thank you all. Now we'll open the floor to the floor for the questions. If you have any questions, raise your hands and we'll provide the microphone to you. If you can ask questions in Korean, I'll make the translation to English as well.
네, 저 요한의
Hi, I have a question for Mr. Johannes. I will ask question in English.
Bring your insights today. My name is Jenny, and I'm a reporter from Merger Market. And I have a quick question for you. I know that Get Your Guide has a large international presence around the world, including offices in Asia. And I'm sure that Asia is one of the essential region for the company. And I want to ask how Get Your Guide is tackling Asia market when there are many local peers in the region. And another question that I have is that it was reported in April 2021 that Get Your Guide acquired a French tour operator. And in relating to this, I want to ask if acquisitions or minority stake investment could be a potential strategy in expanding Asian market for the company.
Okay, 3 questions. I'll start with the first one. So APAC is a very important region for us. As you know, Get Your Guide's presence is mostly in the US and Europe, so that's where the vast majority of our customers come from. But a lot of them travel to Asia, and that's why we have offices around the region in order to bolster our global supply, and particularly have very solid supply in Asia. We also see strong growth now post-pandemic from a lot of Asian markets, including Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Korea. And, you know, that's one of the reasons why I'm here and why I'm also excited to talk to all of the local players. I totally agree with you. There's a lot of competition locally here from excellent companies like My Real Trip. And I'm a big believer in competition. I love to learn. I love to connect with local players and understand how they do things differently. And I think that helps the entire industry. It's a $300 billion industry, which is not even 30% online right now. So I don't really see local competitors as stealing the business, but rather us growing the pie together. There's still a lot of room for growth for everyone. To your second question on the French company, so that was a full acquisition. It's a very different type of business. This was a local tour guiding business in Versailles, and it was a test for us of vertical integration, which has worked really well. So we have substantially grown that business and have fully vertically integrated and greatly improved the customer experience. So the loyalty of customers coming off of those Get Your Guide branded tours is greatly increased, and that's a nice blueprint for us to do that selectively in other destinations. Broadly, Get Your Guide is a marketplace, but at specific points of interest where you have huge consumer traction and maybe the consumer need isn't fully met with the existing providers, we can also go in and basically change the service through vertical integration. And then your last question on mergers and investments broadly, Get Your Guide is a one brand strategy, so we're globally growing through the Get Your Guide brand, but obviously at our given scale and size, and also the fragmentation of the experiences industry generally, so in terms of categories as well as in terms of geographies, investments and mergers will definitely play a role in the future, and we're actively looking at a lot of opportunities all the time.
All right. Any more questions? Okay, so I have a question. And let's say if I'm traveling tomorrow outside Korea, which tour and activity from Get Your Guide and My Real Trip would you recommend to me?
Many. I don't even know where to start. So I'm personally, and this is very much personal preferences. I'm personally a huge fan of the arts and culture. I'll actually recommend what I recommend my mom to do next weekend because she's traveling with her sister and nieces to New York, and we have a brand new, really exciting Get Your Guide original, so exclusive on Get Your Guide, where you can go into the MoMA before opening hours. So you literally go into the Museum of Modern Art and you have it for yourself with the curator of MoMA. So this is an incredible experience, and my mom and family is going to do it this weekend.
My recommendation is Yosemite National Park hiking tour. It takes 4 days, 4 days multi-day tours. Usually I was born in Gangwon province, Gangwon-do, so that's why I like to see great scenery and nature. So I used that travel product, and I was very surprised that the greatness of Yosemite National Park. So I want to recommend you to travel that using that product.
Okay, if anyone's planning to travel in near future, please keep that in mind. We'll wrap our session here. Thank you, both Donggon and Johannes, for your invaluable insights, and thanks everyone for staying with us to the very end. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
I'd like to make an announcement. We are going to soon start the session involving Michael Riotti, the founder of Indo XYZ. We have delicious popcorn and slush prepared for you. And afterwards, we are going to provide you with soft ice cream. Once again, we are going to have a session with Michael Riotti. Please come to Art Hall 2.
Hi everyone. Welcome to my session. First of all, I'm very grateful to be in South Korea. It's my third time in Seoul. I've been here every 7 years, so I'm glad that I'm here. I was supposed to be a speaker here back in 2019 and 2020, but COVID struck, so I finally made it here for WKF, so I'm excited. So let me share a little bit about myself. I'm Michael Riyadi. I'm Indonesian, and I grew up in Indonesia, Singapore, and Los Angeles, and I move around my whole life. I've experienced in the west and the east part of the world, and today I live in Los Angeles and Bali, Indonesia. So I go back between two places. I went to UCLA and US for my grad school, and came back in 2004 and joined my family business Lipo Malls, Indonesia. We are the largest shopping mall company in Southeast Asia. And so I spent about 14 years building shopping malls in my first part of my career. And my grandfather started a company. I worked for him. I learned a lot. And 14 years later, I decided that I wanted to try something new. So I wanted to go on an entrepreneurial journey, so to follow my family's footsteps. So the journey has been quite interesting. It hasn't always been pretty straight, linear line. It's been ups and downs, but I'll share my most exciting part of my journey with all of you today. It's actually pretty new. I'll share with you what I'm doing, what I was thinking about in the last few years that got me to where I am today. So, like I said, I spent 14 years building shopping malls. I was in the real estate. I was a developer, and over the years, I decided I want to do something different. I wanted to build a business that was not only in real estate, it's all about buy low and sell high. You have to come in at the right time and sell at the right time. I wanted a different type of business that was more stable, consistent, recurring. And I thought that, well, what does Indonesia have that we can sell that fits that criteria? So I look at Indonesia, I said, well, we're known for coffee. We're one of the world's biggest coffee nation. We're in fact the fourth largest producer in the world. And and every time I tell people about Indonesia, they said, oh, I know about Indonesian coffee, Sumatra, the word Java, the word Bali, they're all coffee. So I said, well, why not, start with that, right? And I've been drinking coffee myself since I was 16. So I really enjoyed it. So I decided that I want to promote Indonesia to the world through coffee, through Indonesia. And the idea also came from when I went to Scotland. I saw a lot of the I traveled around Scotland and I saw all the different whiskeys distilleries, and they were telling the story about whiskey. So I said, you know what? We should be selling stories about Indonesia, about the different islands with 17,000 islands of coffee. So that'll be a very interesting story. So I started my journey in coffee, in building a beverage company, and let me see, what do we have here? Okay, so we've got the slide here. Let me walk you through a little bit about my slide. So, we started this brand called Indo XYZ recently. It's not recent, it's been 2 years ago. I built a coffee company in 2015 under a legacy brand that actually failed, and I had to restart everything under a new brand. And finally, this brand actually picked up. So we launched this brand in Los Angeles. It's called Indo XYZ for Indonesian, but it's a brand that the story is about Feel the Dream. It's a story for owners created to feel the ambitious, the tireless, the risk takers, the builders, and the innovators. You own everything you imagine, build, and do. We feel your ambitions and celebrations. So it was actually a real story about myself. I love to wake up every single day, work and build things, and that was the story about me as an entrepreneur, my family. And every time I was doing this, I was actually drinking a lot of coffee along the way. So that was kind of like the story. And my vision here with Indo was to build Indonesia's #1 global lifestyle brand, right? So, we know a lot of lifestyle brands like Red Bull, Monster, Coca-Cola, Nike, and a lot of things. And all of that came from the US. And I said, you know what? I want to do something like that. I want to do something that comes out from Indonesia. Korea has a lot of great brands that has reached out around the world. And I said, you know what? Indonesia has yet to have one brand. So this was kind of like the dream to really take and promote Indonesia to the world through our beverage. So these are some of the pictures that we did in the US recently. We do a lot of, like I said, we launched in Los Angeles. I'm not going to go to history, but we had a couple of great press release early this year at CNN Business, BevNet, Yahoo, including the Minister of Tourism from Indonesia, Mr. Sandiaga Uno. And Snoop Dogg was my original co-founder when we launched this brand. So these are some of the products that we came out with. We primarily focus on beverage, ready to drink, really fantastic cold brew, black coffee, as well as on the right side, the espresso martini in a can. We're the first company right now to really build this in the US. What's exciting about our brand is that when you look at coffee, people always think about coffee as a serious business. It's a, you think about suit and tie. You think about like the black, the brown, the green color. What we have done with coffee was I said, you know what? Why can't we make coffee fun and cool? Let's make it exciting. So we actually took coffee and made it yellow and make it like an energy drink. So we went out and really tried to reinvent the whole industry by making it fun, like Red Bull. That was kind of one of our benchmarks. So these are some of the stuff that we have. The ways that we have really promoted our brand is we went to the music scene. to the party events, day brunch events, and a lot of people are looking for coffee, right? I mean, people wake up, they want to go out, they need some energy, and there was not a lot of options in the market, so we created a whole product for this segment, and it's coming out really nicely here. So we launched recently this year in the U.S., and we're now in a lot of the natural retail grocery stores in Los Angeles, like Erewhon, and we are now in a couple of the casinos in Las Vegas. Vidara Aria is part of MGM Resort World Casino, with Hilton Hotels, the Virgin Hotels, and the Pendry Hotels as well in Los Angeles. So we had a pretty good start. Coffee is a big market, and that's one of the reasons why I decided to venture into coffee from real estate. I won't go into all of these facts, but just kind of shows you like a lot of people consume coffee, and it's been one of the space that has been very traditional. And I always try to see if there's a blue ocean behind this industry, and we were able to make it really fun. So this was what I was saying earlier. Coffee is very boring. These are some of our media channels that we have created to promote our coffee, our brand. And we primarily focus on two areas. We focus one on surfing and the other one on music. And a lot of the surfers drink coffee. And surfing is very big in Indonesia. And so that's where we naturally promote our brand. And the other side is music, because people go out, people want energy, and there's not a lot of options when you're going out during the daytime and the nighttime. So we focus primarily on two segments. And we do a couple of campaign videos that I think when we start, we showed you the one on the right side. That was our Brazil campaign video that we shot there this year. So what is Indo XYZ brand? It's something, we are all about being different, have an attitude. We want to be seen, we want to be risky, we want to be ownable. That's who we are. This is our products on the shelf at the retail stores in Los Angeles. So we're next to among some of the popular brands out there. And I like to say that we pretty stand out on the shelf. And this is our espresso martini, the alcohol line. And again, the yellow really strikes. I mean, I remember when we first designed this, the branding agency came up with 15 designs. When I saw the yellow, I immediately fell in love with it. I knew that this was the right design that we're going to go after. And turns out to be correct. I had the idea that if Coca-Cola was red, Sprite was green, well, who are we? We're Indo. We're going to be yellow. Let's do something different. Let's try it out. So anyway, these are some of our products. We have a classic alcohol base and a CBD base. We have recently launched the classic cold brew and the alcohol-based espresso martini. We have a couple more products in line: latte, tequila, and cold brew, and we have CBD base too in the future. I'm just going to keep going. I wouldn't kind of go through every slide, but I kind of want to give you a sense of who we are. So we're a premium product. Our products are USDA organic, export quality. We price ourselves among the premium price point at $5 to $6 a unit, whereas all the other brands are about $2, $3, $4 to $5. And we start with all the natural stores in Los Angeles, all the casinos, hotels, and we work our way throughout the middle. So these are some of our surfers out in Indonesia. These are some of our retail store concepts that we've been working on. And these are some of our investors behind Indo. We have Lippo, OUE, Resort World, and some major Indonesian companies. So that's about our beverage business. I'm going to now go into our next business. Can we please have the other presentation? So I want to kind of share with you what I'm trying to really build. My idea has always been to build one lifestyle brand. And what we want to do is, how do you build one brand and really go into many different verticals? A lot of brands, a lot of companies would create different brands for different verticals. I like to see ourselves build one single brand name and able to use that brand and leverage it into other verticals. So if you think about Virgin Group, a very famous company that got Virgin Records, Virgin Airlines, Virgin Hotels, Virgin Music. So Red Bull, the same thing. And this is what we look at Indo as. How do we build this brand and build a ecosystem, a lifestyle ecosystem that really makes sense? So again, my background was real estate. So for the last 7 years, 6 years, I took a break from real estate. I was building shopping malls. I was buying, me and my family were buying commercial real estate buildings in Los Angeles. And then we saw the market was kind of going up really high. So we decided, you know what, we have to pull back, wait a little bit. And I haven't really found anything really exciting for the last few years in real estate. So I took that break, pivoted into coffee, into building a beverage business. Now, during COVID, I was very lucky. I went back to Bali. I spent almost my whole COVID in Bali with my family, and we were surfing every single day in out there. And I happened to be at the right place at the right time. And um, I remember I was standing on the property and I was looking out the ocean where we were surfing. And the guy said to me, Michael, this property is for sale. So I'm standing here, I'm looking at this beautiful beachfront real estate with the best break, and a lot of people are out there, and they were trying to sell it. So I was like, okay, I'm at the right place at the right time. Uh, People couldn't come into Indonesia, people couldn't get out. So there were sellers, but not enough buyers. So I was right there, and I started venturing back into real estate and ended up acquiring a couple properties along the way. And it was supposed to be part of my retirement plan. And then I thought about myself. I say, I don't need to retire right now. I'm going to continue to build business. And I think this could be a very interesting Indo XYZ hotel brand. So anyway, I'll show you what I'm working on my other company. We're building surf villas, hotels, glamping, retreat, and beach clubs. So this is one of the surf breaks. So our mission statement for our hospitality portfolio is to build a collection of the world's finest surfing, hospitality, real estate assets, and brand management company. If you think about hotels, right? We think about 5-star hotels, Four Seasons, Hyatt, Hilton hotels, and so on. You think about the 4-star, the 3-stars. But you know what? And there's a lot of these new areas in hotels, in my opinion, that people underlook. And if you look at America, people have bought into ski resorts, ski hotels. They bought into golf courses, golf hotels. But when you look at, so I continue to look for what other opportunities are there in the hotel real estate space. And I found that there's actually really interesting space, which is the surfing space. So I decided that I'm going to focus on building the surf hotels because no one is really doing this in the world. And coming from Indonesia, we're the world's #1 destination for surfers. So this is the original story. I won't go into all of this, but surf industry is a very big industry. It's about $9.5 billion in total, and it's going to double to almost $17 billion by 2032. It's compounding at 6% growth rate. It's more often very under look type of niche space. So this is where I find the opportunity. There are about 35 million surfers in the world. That's pretty big. That's almost one country. And a lot of them comes from America, Australia, Europe, Africa, and Asia, certainly. The beach hotel market is also a really big industry. It's about almost $200 billion, just the beach hotels in value. And it's going to continue to grow to 250 billion approximately by 2029. So why surf in Indonesia? Why do people come to Indonesia? I didn't realize this many years ago. Every time I tell people I'm traveling, oh, I'm from Indonesia, they go, oh, I've been there. I said, why did you go to Indonesia? They said, well, I went to surf. Okay. Or the second answer would be, I want to go to Indonesia. And I'm like, why do you want to go there? I mean, there's a lot of great places around the world. And they said, well, I want to go surf there. So over many years, I realized that we are actually the #1 destination for surfing. Like if you want to go play golf, you go to Scotland. If you want to go do certain things, you have to go to different parts of the world. So they come here for surfing, and that about 8 reasons why. And number one, we have amazing wave that is natural reef, the landscape, the positioning, consistency is all in Indonesia. We have 17,000 islands. We have a lot of options. The climate is very tropical, warm. It's very nice. You don't have to wear a wetsuit. It's quite affordable. It's very vibrant. I think that's very important because people are always looking for great food, people, entertainment, places to visit. And the people there are very friendly, and the culture is very diverse. And the country is very safe. And there's international flights to Bali from almost all major cities, including Seoul. So Indonesia is very attractive in that sense. That's where we are, a little island in the Southeast Asia. This is Indonesia. Just for your information, it takes about 7 to 8 hours to fly from the west part of Indonesia to the east part of Indonesia. So it's a very big country. And the vision of growth is really, how do you build a portfolio of real interesting surf hotels? So I start with Bali because everyone comes to Bali as the base. And then my plan is to really build more properties along the other islands, chain of islands. So Lombok, Sumbawa, Sumba, Flores, these are just some of the islands along that stretch. So we're building a whole network of interesting surf hotels. And this is just Bali itself. This is the island. I don't know how many of you have been to Bali, but if you ever come out there, let me know. I spent about 4 months now in Bali. These are all the different surf spots along the west and east coast of Bali. This is just all the infrastructure that's being built now by the government. They're building new freeways, new roads. And Bali is amazing. I mean, it's getting millions of tourists in just one island. It's not even it's not even a country. It's one little island, and it's a top 3 destination in the world right now. So we have secured a couple of portfolio properties during COVID. While I was there, I was sharing with you. I was surfing. I was enjoying my time. But part of me as an entrepreneur, I'm always like, okay, are there business opportunities? Where do I see it? How do I move fast? How do I build this business, the platform? So I quickly accumulated a couple of sites, Padang, Bingin, Balangan, Madewi, Nusa Lembongan, and Lakey Peak. And these properties are freehold. And what I'm really building is, if you look at this chart, is I'm always thinking, how do you build an ecosystem, right? It's not just building one business. It's how do you build the beverage business? How do you build the real estate business? How do you put everything in one place where it becomes really exciting? It's almost like a defensible ecosystem. So I want to start off by building a surf community and a network for cross-selling. So that's the yellow part. That's really the ultimate goal. And on the bottom right, about 4 o'clock, it's our Surf Villa properties, which I was explaining to you. So we have that unit where we're building all the hotels. On the bottom at 6 o'clock is our Indo XYZ social media channels. So we built a media company that we're going to be shooting a lot of content. And that content actually promotes our brand constantly, even though you're not staying at our property, even though you're not drinking our beverage, you're watching our content. That brand Indo XYZ is consistently, daily being feeded to you, and that's brand awareness. And then we're going to sponsor a couple of the major events, surf events in Bali. We have one big international event, we have one national event, and that will put us on the map. And as part of the hotel facility on the 12 o'clock, we have our retail. We're going to have our cafes. That's where we're going to be serving our products on our properties. And then obviously we're going to be distributing our products at all the hotels, beach club, and mini mart. So if you look at what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to build a whole ecosystem where how do we build this Indo XYZ brand using the surf vertical that we have in Indonesia. There's a lot of reasons why the surf model is very interesting. I've looked at, in my previous years, I've looked at hotels, I've done office, I've done shopping malls, I've done residential, I've done all kinds of commercial real estate in my 14 years career. And when I got to the surf model, I was really, really excited because of all the reasons here. I mean, there's a lot. I'm not going to go through all this, but I can tell you that from the architectural point of view to the land acquisition cost to the design to the operating cost, everything is in my favor. So this is very, very exciting. Um, I'll give you a couple examples. I mean, I wouldn't go through all this, but I'll give you a couple examples. When we try to build real estate, right, we look at big cities like Seoul, Los Angeles, New York. This is what a lot of people think. Singapore. But these prices, there's so many people trying to buy the same plot of land, and it's pushing all these prices up. I go out to some of the most remote places where nobody goes to except for surfers, and these are some of the most amazing beachfront real estate. And I get so excited. These are amazing properties, and it's so undervalued, and people don't see it, or people haven't got to realize it. So just by coming into the surf industry, I get really excited because the acquisition cost is so much more um, affordable, and it makes a lot of economic sense. And then as you build the design, right, if you think about all the properties we see in global cities, you got to spend a lot of money on high quality materials, marble flooring, wood flooring, whatever, right? Indoor. But when you go to surf places, resorts, they love the natural materials. They love that wood, the bamboo. They love all that natural stone, which is locally available, and they love everything outdoors. So the construction cost is a fraction of what you would build in a city. And then when you talk about the room rates, what can you really charge for these type of products? You're actually charging the same exact room rates. Like these hotel rooms in surf places are $200-300 a night on average. This is no difference from me when I go to Vegas, I go to LA, I'm paying $200-300 a night in a city hotel. So it's amazing that if you look at the economics, is that you're able to charge the same room rates as big cities, but your construction cost is way lower and your acquisition cost of the land is way lower as well. And there's no competition. All the competitions are in the big cities, and we're heading out to all these places. So some of the interesting stuff I look at when we built this company is we look for locations that are pretty interesting. The first one is we want to be on the beach break. We want to be able to stay at the hotel where we can walk out and walk back in to the beach. People do not want to get in the car. They don't want to drive. They just want to, it's kind of like skiing, right? Ski in and ski out super quick. Number two would be you want to walk to the beach, right? Within 5 minutes, you're there. People love those locations. And number three, you take a scooter, or number four, you take a car. And these are all the type of kind of like different sites that we look for. And the products that we built are very interesting. These are, if you look at the image on the right, like I said earlier, very natural, very eco-friendly. This is what the market really wants today. So we do a lot of bungalow style, tree house, bamboo, glamping style. We do a couple of villas with 4 or 5 bedrooms, and everything's natural materials and locally sourced. Like I said again, there's a lot of budget hotels, about up to $100 a night. The mid range is about $100 to $300 a night, and there are a couple $300 or more per night in the surf industry. If you go to Bali, there is a hotel out there in Uluwatu. They're charging about $500 a night to $700 per night, and you cannot get a room there. It's fully sold out every single day. It's amazing. Let me go back. Oh, how do I go back? All right. What I like about the surf industry is that you don't really need to promote these hotels. A lot of hotels, shopping malls, whatever it is that you're building, we have to promote. Hey, come here. In surf, because there's only certain surf breaks in different parts of the world, all the surfers know where to go to catch that wave. It's like skiing, right? If we want to go skiing, we go in Japan, we go to Niseko. If we want to go surf in Switzerland, we go to Gstaad or Ridgemont. If we want to surf in the U.S., we go to Aspen, Vail, Colorado, right? You know where you want to go if you want to surf, and you got to look for hotels around that around that ski resort. So it's like surfing. If surfers that travel, they know exactly where the surf breaks are in different parts of the world. They're not going to look for something that doesn't have a surf. So when they know they want to surf this exact spot, they're going to look for hotels in that community, in that vicinity. So that's why I think surfing is very interesting, because a lot of business will spend a lot of money on marketing and promotion. Yet in this industry, people actually look for you. You don't really have to spend, and because of the breaks. I'm I won't go into a lot of details on this, but I mean, I'll probably finish off with my last slide and here why I think I'm spending a lot of time in this hospitality segment is because it's a massive growing industry. A lot of real estate, we're building a real estate development platform. It's the right time, the right country, it's the right region of the world. Myself, I'm tied to Lippo, which is one of Indonesia's largest real estate developer. We have a lot of infrastructure and resources to build. Very interesting financial returns, and for those people that are investing with me, they get to stay at all these properties. So these are just some of the stuff that I'm working on, and I'll show you a couple of designs that I'm building. So these are just some of the examples of the villas. I'll go through it quickly. This is the second concept. This is one of my favorite pictures. I love the wood, the simplicity, the white. It's amazing. Concept tree is a tree house. Concept 4 is a bamboo house. I stayed in this villa for 9 months during COVID. This is the living room. It's amazing. So that's a little bit about Indo. So Indo XYZ is a company, a new venture for me. It's a new chapter of my life. There, between the beverage company as well as the real estate, and the whole idea is to build a real estate platform and then be able to do all our marketing, our events, create content on our own real estate through music, and able to distribute, build our beverage business on our properties, and let all our hotel guests try out our products. So this is something that we're building, and as we go along, we're always looking at different other verticals in the future. How do we build this brand to become the next brands like Virgin, Red Bull? So I have a couple of products out here. I've got our black coffee on the table in front of me. If any of you drink coffee, would like to try some really amazing Sumatra coffee, please feel free to take some. If you don't drink it tonight, bring it home, keep it chill, try it out tomorrow, and let me know how it tastes. There's no sugar. There's only 20 calories. I drink it every single day. I've got a couple merch, T-shirts, bucket hats, a couple pillows, a couple stickers. If any of you want to grab some, feel free to do so. And just all I ask is that if you follow at indo.xyz, please come up and just feel free to grab a couple. And so thank you so much for allowing me to share about what I'm doing. It's definitely a new part of my life. I'm very excited. I do it with, passion. Um, I really enjoy what I did in my first part of my career, 14 years in the family business, but I got the full support to go out and really have fun creating new products, new ideas, and I'm lucky enough to say I've got a big community to support what I'm doing in the market. So thank you so much, and if you want to stay in touch with me, please just follow at indo.xyz. I respond to all the Instagram myself. Okay? Thank you so much.
right. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. So, Don, welcome to Korea.
It's good to be back, Mingu.
Awesome.
Very good
Good.
to be back.
Great. So, you are well known by many in this room. Um, having spent 25 years at McDonald's, ultimately becoming its CEO and president. I want to start a question about your like a typical days in that role.
It's interesting. Well, first of all, thank you all for having me, and good afternoon. I don't know if there was a typical day, but my days, I guess, would start out by me looking at global results. I'd look at sales and revenues in the morning, and then it was a matter of what was going on internally at McDonald's and what was taking place externally across the globe. And
Yep.
based upon that, each day could be a little different. It could be meeting with NGOs or Greenpeace or different organizations, or it could be focused on a strategic challenge that we might have in one of the markets around the world. So
Mhm.
each day was extremely different.
All right. So then, could you share some of strategic global transformation which you led?
Uh, there's several things, I guess, Mingu. And I forget a lot of the things, but one of the things that we tried to focus on was the digital transformation that was needed for McDonald's at the time. For a brand that had been basically started in 1955, we were in serious need of being able to transform our entire digital capabilities and also our engagement with customers. And so today you see the customer order kiosk. We began to lead that transformation, as well as some of the more sensory based things such as car sensing, customer database sensing, the entire notion of global sustainability. We had sustainability efforts in many countries around the world, but we didn't have a global sustainability platform. So we began to focus on a global platform that gave us benefit at a worldwide level in leadership, but also the capability for individual countries and markets to focus on those things that they needed the most. We began what people know of today as McCafe. It had started in markets across Europe, but we then launched it globally and add things like smoothies and others to that platform. Let's see, what else did we do? There was one other thing, and this was a little bit, it was a little contentious. We changed the Happy Meals. And that was something, and some of you may remember this. We changed Happy Meals in the top 20 countries around the world, and we added apples. And overnight, McDonald's became one of the largest purveyors of apples in the world. The contentious part was to do that, we also decreased the fry size. And so that was a little challenging. We also added milk as a default instead of Coke. So it was several things that we tried to do from a broader nutritional perspective relative to the menu and particularly relative to kids.
Okay. So then, as you shared, your global executive experience laid the foundation of your current work. So let's talk more about your current company, Cleveland Avenue. So let's talk about the distinctive model of investing and partnering with entrepreneurs, and especially how does the CEO of arguably the largest beef serving company and end up investing in start a plant-based company called Beyond Meat?
Uh, the so first thing, relative to Cleveland Avenue, we are what we would consider to be a lifestyle investor. We invest in things that disrupt positively lifestyles for consumers around the world, and we do it in a very different way. Um, I'm very thankful and happy that you, Mingu, are with us at Cleveland Avenue and leading our technology fund. But what we've always believed in at Cleveland Avenue is the true insight in terms of our investment strategy is to look at the intersection of insights and opportunity. And I say that because many people don't start with customers. They start with what they would call consumers. We start with a customer engagement model, and that has really helped us to move forward. What it also means is that we have more strategic partnerships at retail levels with whether they be brands like the McDonald's and the Yums of the world, to be able to have products that fit customers' needs that may be unmet today.
So yesterday we talked about the difference between consumer and customers. So could you tell us a little bit more about the difference between consumer and customers?
Yeah, it's a great question, Mingo. A lot of people interchange consumers and customers. They say them in the same sentence almost as if they were the same. For me, they're very different. Consumers set market trends. You address broad-based consumer needs, but you don't typically, as a provider of goods and services or as an entrepreneur, you don't typically serve a consumer. You serve customers. What's the difference? With customers, you have to have an engagement strategy. Your brand has to resonate with that customer. It has to impact their lives. With consumers, you can do design work to approach broad-based consumer sets, but without having a touch point, you don't have a 360-degree feedback loop to really understand how you impact individual customers. And so we've always found, and even our facility and our offices, as you know, we look at neuroscience, we look at ethnography to determine how certain products, goods, and services impact customers' behaviors. And that helps us to really look deeper at our diligence prior to making an investment in a company.
Great, thank you. So let's talk about a little more on that. So what is the change um, in the global consumer mindset, and what does it mean for the investors like us?
It's I believe the investment landscape has changed quite a bit, particularly over the last few years, and it's changed because of, and I think throughout the World Knowledge Forum, I've been in many of the sessions. Several things continue to come up. One is geopolitical issues and the impact that they have. Two is the broader global economic challenges, whether they be relative to economic strength, interest rates, or even economic disparities. That's coming up as a second point. The other thing that comes up quite a bit is basically this post-COVID era that we're in. So why do I bring those up? I bring them up because it changes the landscape in which entrepreneurs are basically creating new concepts, new offerings. And if you think about it, and if you're an entrepreneur, are there any entrepreneurs that are here? Any startup companies? Any investors? Okay. If as an investor today, it's a different landscape that we participate in. And the reason it's different is because on one side you have consumers and their mindsets have changed to deal with those things. The global economic impacts, the post-COVID scenario, climate change. Those things are on the broad base of consumers' mindsets. If you're an entrepreneur, you're also at a time where liquidity is less in the marketplace. So you don't have the same level of capital fluidity that we had just several years ago. So there are stresses that entrepreneurs are going through. The difference to venture capital groups like ours is that you have to be more of a 360-degree support group. You can't simply put money into an entrepreneur and then walk away. What you have to be able to do is support them in a number of ways. Financial management. How do you manage through burn rate challenges when your liquidity is becoming less and less? How do you address today's market segment when you have markets that are contracting? How are you looking at engagement relative to customers with your product, even if you are B2B? How do you address that? So those things, venture capital groups are finding themselves needing to be structured a bit more like private equity and have operating partners, operating relationships, and people like you, Mingu, who have had an operating excellent history to be able to support the entrepreneurs. That's the biggest change that I've seen relative to our investment scenario.
That's great. So, I mean, in fact, one of the reasons I love Cleveland Avenue is, yes, we are making a global impact, business impact and social impact. But we have a very unique team, as you mentioned. We have team who does all this due diligence, financial, legal due diligence for the company, but also we have operating team to support to scale. So let's talk about a scale a little bit. So when startup needs right strategic partners, depends on the stage. They may have slightly different partners. So could you share a little bit more about what type of partners they need, in the beginning of the stage and then later stage of their journey?
So, I'll try to do it. And it was something you asked me earlier. It was about Beyond Meat. So
Mhm.
I'll use some aspects without too much about that. Especially since we've got our team here from Shinsege, and we'll be looking at some better food this week as well. And I'm looking forward to that, Alex. The here's the varying stages tend to go like this. On the venture capital side, so very early in develop, entrepreneur develops a concept. The concept is phenomenal. It has some level of impact and reach. It's proven at a certain scale level. At the earliest stages, what the entrepreneur needs typically is the development of the concept. So, what do you need to change about it so that it has true impact at a consumption level with a customer? And that's typically a honing. It's product development. They may need some help with IP protection and work. They may need help relative to culinary support, or in our world of food or technology, expertise related there. What typically happens with entrepreneurs in venture is that as they get to begin to scale, the challenge to their management team occurs. You go from a very small enterprise of a handful of people to you're starting to grow a business. And so you have a broader management team. Sometimes the management team is not able to make that jump. So typically there's then talent development support, human resource support. Are you able to develop the level of skill sets and talent that you need financially, from a marketing perspective, from a business development perspective, a relationship perspective, to be able to provide support for the products? And that typically is in that middle stage. The latter part of the stage to me is a very interesting one, because it begins to get to the point where you're really looking at broad scale now. And you may be approaching an acquisition or an IPO. And when you get to that point, you're really looking at solidification of systems, processes, repeatability, ability to replicate, in order to scale consistently. And that requires you to look stronger at quality assurance, supply chain. It requires you to be able to have financial models and pricing scenarios and business analytics and insight at a higher level. So what we try to do is to provide those levels of support when entrepreneurs need them. You don't want to provide support for scale when you're still developing concept. Or while you're developing concept, I'm talking about supplying all of a system like a McDonald's or a Yum Brand. You can't do that. And so that's the way that we look at that different scale development.
So then, what about the difference between a private company and publicly traded company as a board? You've been a board for both sides, right? So could you tell us your experience about those two?
Um, Private company boards are a lot of fun typically. I don't know how to say this differently. Public boards, I had fun with public boards. However, I would say this: there is a definite difference when you're looking at quarter to quarter and you're looking at basically what level of returns you get, but you're a bit more risk averse because you don't want earnings per share to suffer for an individual quarter. So you don't have the same level and ability to innovate in broad stroke in many companies. Now, that is not exclusive. There are some companies, particularly in the technology sectors, that innovation is part of their normal operating platform. But that is a difference. Private companies, you typically are not as concerned. You're not concerned on a quarter to quarter basis. You're really looking at opportunities for growth. So in a private company, we have some private companies in our portfolio that may not be profitable for 5 or 6 years, because we're honing concepts, we're building the business, we're investing and reinvesting. And then when they get to a certain point, then you move over into that more profitable mode. Matter of fact, we have companies that, and there are companies that actually IPO that are not profitable companies, but the slope of revenues and the ability to optimize margins is there. And so these things make a big difference between the two different sectors. But it is, I enjoy working with entrepreneurs and the excitement that they bring and the innovation they bring to markets.
Great. I want to shift gear a little bit. In Korea, we have still early stage to talk about diversity and inclusion. So I want to hear more about your view as a global leader in terms of diversity and inclusion.
Mingu, you know what I will say already. I think that the best ideas come from a diversity of people and their backgrounds sitting around a table. So if you are a very homogeneous group, if everyone looks exactly the same, if everyone grew up exactly the same skill set, same academic background, it's very difficult to see ideas that are outside of that circle. But when you put people in a room that come from all different walks of life, you have a vibrancy of discussion and ideas that move around that room. And it does take different aspects of life. If I look at many of the brands that are there today, they are real that are successful. They realize this more and more. At McDonald's, we realize that relative to the purchasing power that women had, relative to our brand, we realized it with the vibrancy and the energy that came from groups that were underrepresented historically, African American, Latino groups in the U.S. Today, it's being recognized much more so by a lot of the Asian culture around the world. Matter of fact, Korea right now is leading a tremendous amount of what I call energy in the marketplace. Um, Music, culture, energy, youthfulness, those things are things that lift brands for years and years to come. And a lot of that energy, I think many of you know, is really deriving from Korea. So it's really it's exciting to see. I hope that there's an even stronger embracing of it. Our team at Cleveland Avenue is extremely diverse. Our backgrounds, where we came from, what we do, our ethnicities, our gender. We have a lot of different people, and that's the reason because it gives us better ideas.
Sounds good. So let's talk about some of investment you made as part of Cleveland Avenue. So let's start with some of food and beverage examples. Could you share some of the exciting investment you made?
Yeah, we've made quite a few. We have about 65 companies in the portfolio now across 4 investment funds. Most people know of our investment in Beyond Meat. We like to see the intersections once again of lifestyles and technology, intersections of food and technology. We made investments in companies like Farmer's Fridge. We do zero net carb breads. We've made investments in beverage companies that technologically are able to be much more sustainable, i.e., beer production that is more sustainable and a higher quality of taste than a non-alcohol perspective. We made investments on the technology side, clearly in the area of robotics and the intersection of robotics and human support. So, workforce support, not to displace humans, but to be able to support them, particularly in applications where there are interactions between a host or a concierge or a waiter. Bear Robotics is one of our investments. We make agricultural technology investments to improve yields for farmers. And also to be able to look at everything from the application of any type of herbicides or natural herbicides that might be needed in the planting process and the yield process for farmers. So we have a broad base across ag tech, food and beverage. I call it human support on the robotics side. And then we do some things also relative to data science, and how that applies to retail.
Great. So let's shift to the impact fund you have as well. So could you share a little bit more about the impact fund Cleveland Avenue has, and then where we focus?
So Mingu is referencing. So we have four funds. Two of them are food and beverage. One's technology, and one is what we call Cast Us. Cast Us is a collaboration between ourselves, the state of Illinois, a couple of I would call them foundations who are focused on social impact, and then some prominent families. And the notion behind it is that as we made investments, what we saw was a gap. There was a gap between the funding that went to, um, and I will call them undercapitalized groups. What are those groups? Those groups tend to be women, tend to be undercapitalized in the US. African Americans are undercapitalized, and Africans in general. Latinx are undercapitalized. Many of our Asian counterparts that are outside of technology are undercapitalized. And so our fund was created to focus on providing capital to those brilliant entrepreneurs who normally are not getting that level of capital to get to market. And what we found is, and what we thought we would find, is there's a brilliance within these entrepreneurs. And there's also a different level of, I will call it grit and perseverance, because they've not been funded as much. And so they learn to manage less funding as they grow, and they learn to manage businesses sometimes maybe too closely. But when they get funded, it really gives them a boost. So that's what we do with the Cast Us Fund.
Great. So when you work with startup founders, when they approach to you to seek investment, what is your investment criteria or evaluation criteria? I mean, some people say, "Oh, we look at the founder. You look at the cap table." But is there anything you particularly look at and consider as a key investment criteria for you?
There are several things, Mingu. I think we look at the traditional things, obviously, but I would say there's a couple that are really important to me. One, does the concept fundamentally disrupt or change in a positive way the way a person would live their life? Um, the choices, does it make life easier? Is it a convenience factor? Is there a really strong differentiation that gives it what we call a moat, a point of difference that will last through competition that might come its way? So we focus a lot of our efforts on the intersection of customer needs. Notice I said customer needs. We do look at consumer trends in the mainstay, but we look at customer needs and that engagement. We look at that moat. And then the third thing is, and I will be very specific, the passion of the entrepreneur and the journey they've traveled. I really enjoy investing with entrepreneurs who've had failures, because they understand what that means to have failed. If you've never understood what that means, for many entrepreneurs, that first failure is very difficult. So if we have entrepreneurs that have had a couple of failures, very passionate about it, they're connected to what it is they've created, we tend to find those as companies that we would look at. Now, that does not mean that we don't look at, obviously, the financial returns, and we look at a 3x return at a minimum level. It doesn't mean that we don't look at a 20% IRR. We do. We look at the financial measures, the metrics, we look at consumer broad-based trends, and then we look at our ability to support those entrepreneurs. And maybe the last thing I'd mention, I got a call this morning from one of our entrepreneurs, and they were thanking us for helping them with some advertising they were doing in a Costco store. Why is it important? I like to work with entrepreneurs that want us to work with them and are willing to listen to us, and we willing to listen to them. If it goes both ways, it's a great opportunity, a great relationship. And so those are some of the things that we look at. But those first few, it has to be passionate, has to be something that's compelling in terms of consumers' lifestyles, and it also has to be something that's differentiated and able to withstand the winds of competition.
Great, thank you. So, and I want to hear from you about some of global trends you you're interested in exploring more, or any grab your attention recently.
Yeah. Obviously, I mean, this entire form is based upon some of the things that we look at and look at aggressively, you and I, and you're leading the effort. But obviously, technology relative to data and insights and education. So, what does that mean? That means AI, that means AR. AI and AR will help with customer engagement in a substantial way. And so, any technologies that we're able to see that we think can enhance that by enhancing a person's day to day life, we look at those quite strongly. We look at differentiated propositions, i.e., in the food space, plant based alternatives. Um, that's There's not enough arable land within the world to feed the growing population with animal protein, which means that whether we think it or not, the world is going to have to embrace plant-based proteins. There's no other way that we will be able to survive as a population of humans. And with that in mind, it does not mean that we don't look at other investments that might be animal protein, but it does mean that there's a huge opportunity in that plant-based arena. The other area that is a huge area is our areas of productivity enhancement, and particularly areas around supply chain enhancement. So we look at things that eliminate waste. We've got an investment in a company called Evidence out of Israel that is an unbelievable company that is able to really target the cold chain relative to supply and be able to protect it and make it visible. And so, if there are things around water conservation, food waste elimination or reduction, those things are constant and present. And then the whole side of productivity relative to technology is a very big and growing side of what we look at through Cleveland Avenue.
Sounds good. So then, little about the sustainable living, sustainable lifestyle. So from that perspective, do you have any comment on that, like ESG and sustainability?
I, I would offer. I think ESG it's become an acronym that many people don't dive into each of the areas as much. As you know, Mingu, we have our own rating scale and system that we've created to be able to give us good metrics around our performance relative to these areas. But I do believe that if you look across the landscape from a sustainable lifestyle, and mentioning what I just did, global political unrest, financial issues and crises post COVID, a lot of the world is grappling with, and people are grappling with my life, mortality. How do I enjoy life? Because we've come through seeing so many things. And what that means is that the focal point of ESG is not just three letters, it is really about a sustainable life. And so, as we look at a sustainable life, we look at that based upon, once again, how individual lives are changed as a result of the investments that we make. And those companies, and how are they changing the world relative to social impact, relative to their workforces, relative to their diversity, and relative to how they invest back in our overall ecosystem. And so, for us, ESG is not three letters. It's actually a way of looking at everything that we do from our investment scenarios. And we've been doing that since we started the company. It's nothing new. My wife Liz and Liz leads our family foundation, and she does the same thing on the social impact side that we typically try to do on that I'd call it the for-profit side. But that side, both of them are profitable. One of them just yields returns in money, and the other one yields it in terms of the impact on our lives.
Well, then, could you share the name Cleveland Avenue, where it came from?
So Cleveland Avenue is we had a very different name for our company initially. I'm an electrical engineer that happened to go to a hamburger company that I thought was McDonnell Douglas, but it ended up being McDonald's Hamburgers. That is a true story. But the first name of the company was Intellectual Equity Partners. I thought it was a very good name. It's a really technical sounding name. Until we've met a friend who had a company to go unnamed, but it had a lot more meaning. So Liz and I went home and thought about it. Cleveland Avenue is a street that we grew up on, 4 blocks apart, and we never knew each other until we got to Purdue University. And so now that's been 42 years ago, and she still likes me a little bit.
All right. So since we have a many audience here who may thinking about starting a company and then targeting to go to global market, including U.S. So do you have any advice to them what they need to prepare to come to U.S. as a market, but also seek investment from VCs like us in U.S.?
The first piece of advice would be to see Mingu. He has money. He's ready to invest. Um, now, part of that is very true. I think you have to have strategic partners. And I will say begin to look for strategic partners very early. And they will change over the cycle of business. But you need partners that are able to give you insight into markets that you want to go into potential pitfalls that you might come about. Individuals and organizations that have a history of being able to support entrepreneurs and support them in a way that doesn't try to take over their business, but becomes a partner with them as they grow their business. And that to me is very important. Most entrepreneurs have great concepts, but they've never run a large and growing company. You know, most entrepreneurs would love to be a unicorn. They'd love to have $1 billion company, or better yet, be a decacorn and have a $5 billion company. Most would love that, but they haven't done it yet. And all of the steps to get to that mean that it's not just about the concept, it's about the market, it's about customer engagement, it's about trends, it's about analytics, it's about relationship and distribution partners, it's about larger corporate partners and relationships. So my recommendation would be to first find someone who could help you navigate as you focus on the concept, the consciousness of it, the quality of the concept. It's very similar to what McDonald's did with Steve Ells and Chipotle when we made a large investment there.
That's great. I mean, as you shared with us earlier, there's a stage to find out product market fit, the concept, and then you need the right partners to scale. So that's a very good point. And then, do you have any advice to students? Especially students, younger generation. Our company really, focusing on our internship program and others. But do you have any advice for younger generation about not only just investment but on any other things?
I think the world is much closer today. So as you know, our entrepreneurial set it goes from those who are fairly young in age to those who are much older in age, but all are young in their entrepreneur journeys. And so I would say to those that are younger, one is if you have a great concept or idea, don't let anyone talk you out of it. If you believe that you have something that will change the world for the better, something that has a good market potential, um, don't stop driving forward toward it. Again, find some folks to be able to help you understand the potential, but but have a courage to that conviction and move it forward. That's the first thing I would say. The other thing I would say is learn as much as you can. Have an insatiable hunger. Um, find work experiences with it might be if you're developing something in this industry, find some work experiences, even if you do it for free, to be able to understand that industry better. Find some internships that, regardless of your age, find internships that allow you to be able to be developed by those who will care about you as an entrepreneur, not just about whether or not you have a unicorn as a concept. Um, the last thing I would say is as early as you can, begin to understand the business of concept development and investments and investors. Many companies that we interact with, we play a role that says we want to make sure that your company's viable. And we also want to make sure that your equity does not get eroded to the point that you don't have a substantial interest in the company that you created. There are those in the market that will take substantial parts of companies far too early. And when they do that, those entrepreneurs ultimately fall out of love with the concept that they've created. We like the entrepreneurs to stay with the concept. We like to partner with them, and we like to take the journey together. And so those are a few of the things for those that are young in the business, regardless of your age.
Oh, great, thank you. So then this could be my last question. You achieved a lot as a corporate executives and also as a founder of a venture capital. What is your vision for next 5 to 10 years? Tough question, right?
I like to be the best at what we do. I I like our ways of approaching entrepreneurs to be the most supportive and participative that they could be. I'd like our global reach to extend and expand. I'd like us to be known as the first place an entrepreneur would want to call and the best partner that an entrepreneur could have. Obviously, I'd like us to be financially successful, but you will have financial success if we have strong entrepreneurs. We have been blessed with good liquidity and the ability to invest, and that will continue. But I would like us to just be absolutely the best at what we do and support entrepreneurs at the highest level.
Great, thank you so much. It is actually my great pleasure to have Mr. Dam Thompson in Korea to share his insightful advice with all of us today. So I'd like to give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mingo. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us this afternoon for this amazing fireside chat. And thank you to the organizers for providing this wonderful opportunity. And thank you, Professor Frey. We're looking forward to having great conversations over the next 15 minutes. Just before I go into a brief introduction of my distinguished guest, just a little bit about myself. My name is Michael Jian. I am the managing partner at Solasta Ventures, responsible for our deep tech, which includes AI, venture capital investment, working out of our San Francisco office. Solasta Ventures is the U.S. arm of Aju IB Investment, which hopefully, as many of you may know, is one of the most established venture capital firms here in South Korea. Today, I have the honor to get to be the one asking questions on the topic of the future of work in the age of AI, particularly from the perspective of startups. And I get to do that with my distinguished guest, Dr. Carl Benedict Frey. Dr. Frey is the Dieter Schwartz Associate Professor of AI and Work at the Oxford Internet Institute and a Fellow of Mansfield College at the University of Oxford. He's also Director of the Future of Work Program and Oxford Martin City Fellow at the Oxford Martin School. His groundbreaking research explores the intersections of technology, economics, employment, and shedding light on how technological innovations shape our economies, labor markets, and societies at large. Perhaps the members of the audience here may have come across his influential book, The Technology Trap, Capital, Labor, and Power in the Age of Automation, in which Dr. Frey provides a thought-provoking analysis of the historical trajectory of automation and its profound impact for our present as well as future world. His insights have been sought after by many governments, media outlets, and multinational corporations as they are grappling with the challenges and opportunities presented by rapid technological change. And so today we're here in for a treat to gain firsthand insights from Dr. Frey on the future of work in an AI-driven world. And so without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Carl Benedict Frey. Thank you. So first, to set the groundwork, set the foundation for our audience and the conversation, Dr. Frey, could you tell us a little bit more about the research you may be conducting today or the work you're doing today as it may relate to our topic?
Sure. So I'm an economist by background. And first, let me say thank you very much for your kind and generous introduction. And thank you, everybody, for coming. It's a real pleasure to be here with you all in Seoul and having the opportunity to discuss some of our work and its implication for startups, which I think is a particularly important topic these days. So I began working in this field around 10 years ago as an economist, I should say. And together with academics at Oxford University doing machine learning and doing research on mobile robotics in particular. And at the time, I noted that the way that most economists and social scientists and policymakers think about technology and automation is that those technologies are very good at doing routine rule-based activities that can easily be specified in computer code in a top-down manner and therefore be readily automated. But what we were seeing at the time was a new generation of machine learning technologies, essentially allowing machines to infer the rules of the game themselves from the data trails that humans leave behind. And that was, we noted at the time, really expanding the premises of what computers can do and what can be automated in a quite extraordinary fashion. And the question I've been grappling with since then is really sort of what is the division of labor between humans and computers in this sort of new age of machine learning and artificial intelligence? And the first stab we had at that question was actually back in 2013, where we argued that essentially there were so many inroads in terms of what machines could do that we sort of had to flip the question around and ask sort of that despite these advances, in which domains will humans still hold a comparative advantage? And at the time, we argued that there were sort of three broad domains where humans were still best placed relative to computers, and that was creativity, we argued at the time, complex social interactions, and the perception and manipulation of irregular objects, and the navigation of unstructured environments. We can come back to the first two a bit later, because I think recent developments around sort of ChatGPT and generative AI and its potential to do creative work and its potential to also replicate complex social interactions, I think is a sort of question that we often got today. Did we get that wrong 10 years ago? I still think those bottleneck, broadly speaking, hold, but I do believe that there has been some inroads. So that is sort of the key question we've been trying to tackle and update our thinking about over the past 10 years. And the second sort of question is, how does this compare to previous technological revolutions? Because obviously we've been through extraordinary transformations in the past. The first industrial revolution, powered first by water and then steam, really transformed work beyond recognition. Before the first industrial revolution, everybody worked, but hardly anybody had a job. People worked at home at their own pace, generally surrounded by their own families, not at the pace of the factory clock, and that was a huge transformation that happened. We had a transformation around two other general purpose technologies, electricity and internal combustion engine, which again transformed the factory, which created a host of new electrical industries and revolutionized transportation and created sort of entirely new sectors in the economy. And then we had the computer revolution, which I argue in my book, The Technology Trap, was more similar to the first industrial revolution in the sense that the technology was primarily used for automation to do things that we already do, but do them more efficiently, right? So if you think about the second industrial revolution, what it did was creating, new and previously unconceivable things. Now, the automobile, there was nothing like it before. Yes, there was the horse carriage, but very few people could afford to have horses. It really, revolutionized transportation. If you think about the first industrial revolution, what it did was essentially automating textile production and other things that we're already doing. The computer revolution has unquestionably also created new professions and new industries, but a lot of it has again been to make things that we already do more effectively, right? If you think of, an app like Deliveroo, you could order food before Deliveroo, but now with the app you could do it more efficiently and more productively. So that's sort of some of the questions that we've been grappling with over the years, and happy to delve into the more recent generative AI wave as well.
Thank you. I mean, it's amazing. You've been doing all this since almost 10 years ago. But this topic is amazingly relevant today, especially today, and timely to just about anyone that's in the workforce today and who wishes to remain in the workforce for decades to come. I think going back to some of the points, I think on number one, it was a little bit surprising, I think, to all of us because we thought that jobs that require creativity would be the ones that would last, but it looks like it's probably one of the first things that might be being impacted by AI. And sort of on the technological revolutions that you started to talk about, I know this discussion is supposed to be from the perspective of startups, but let me stay on that point just for a minute or two. So in your book, The Technology Trap, you look at some of the major historical technological revolutions that you started to describe. What are some of the key takeaways or observations that we can draw from that in order for us, especially those of us here that are in startups or in entrepreneurial activities, in being able to make some useful predictions in the maybe near to midterm future?
It's a great question. So I think broadly speaking, there are two different types of technologies. And this is dichotomy, and lines are always somewhat blurred in the middle. But broadly speaking, there are replacing technologies, there are automation technologies, and there are enabling technologies that allow us to do new and previously inconceivable things, right? So if you think of a technology like the automatic elevator, all it did was getting rid of the operator. Otherwise, it did exactly the same thing that it used to do. On the other hand, if you think of a technology like the telescope, it didn't replace anybody, but it allowed us to look at the moons of Jupiter at the first time. It allowed us to do new and previously inconceivable things. And it's sometimes hard to tell up front if a technology is replacing or enabling. So you could have looked at the internal combustion engine and said, all this technology is going to do is to replace horse carriages and make horses unemployed. And obviously that would be massively wrong, because the automobile created a whole host of complementary industries, gave rise to road commerce for the first time, leisure, travel industries, all sort of things that emerge from that, not to mention, all the producers of all the various parts that go into making a car in the first place. But I think when it comes to computers and AI, we do have some sort of understanding of what the technology can and cannot do. And I think that's the first starting point. And as you correctly mentioned, though, those premises can expand. We mentioned a decade ago that creativity was something that's hard to automate, and generative AI arguably does that. But I think it does a sort of very particular type of creativity, right? It's great at rehashing existing things, right? So it does really good at SATs and various tests. But I think a lot of the reason for that is that many of those questions have already been in the training data set, so it's already been trained on those particular sets of questions. And you can ask, ChatGPT to write, a letter in the style of William Shakespeare or somebody else, but Shakespeare already existed. And I think the tricky part still with generative AI is, AI is good at optimizing for things. We have a clear reward function, right? So video games, maximize game score, we can do that, right? But when it comes to creativity, what do you optimize for, right? Well, you can optimize for William Shakespeare, but that wouldn't be particularly new and revolutionary. And in addition to that, I think, that means that where the prompt is where a lot of the creativity resides. And in addition to that, we have AI that, regularly hallucinates and make up things and so on. So I think, this new generation of generative AI, it's not really an automation technology yet. It's in a democratizing technology that reduces barriers to entry in content creation. And I think that's, a point that's important for startups in particular, because, reducing barriers to entry is usually good for startups. But what history tells us also is that when something reduces barriers to entry, well, incumbents usually don't go down without a fight, right? And you saw that with the introduction of Uber taxi services, for example, which I actually believe is banned in Korea, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. But it's certainly banned in Germany, and there was a lot of unrest in the streets of Paris and London and so forth when this technology was introduced. And if we look sort of at cities across the US, well, incumbent drivers took a wage or pay cut by around 10% when Uber entered the city, right? So the resistance made sense. Similar thing is likely to happen, as AI reduces the barriers to entry in content creation for startups. It's good news for people with new ideas who can come in and enter the market. But we also need to be very wary of the political consequences that might have, because losers tend to find other ways that are not, non-market mechanisms to resist more competition. And that is currently playing out in Hollywood with the ongoing strikes, for example.
Very, very interesting. And thanks for providing a couple of points that make up a framework when we think about the impact of AI. Sam Altman was one of the keynote speakers yesterday. He was talking about the bet he made with his a group of his friends on uh, uh, the prediction that it won't be that many years ahead of us when you see the first one-person billion-dollar unicorn entrepreneur. So that speaks to the barrier of entry that you were just talking about. Now, let me just get a quick hands here. Or if you're in startup or if you're an entrepreneur, can you please raise your hand? Let's just get a sense of what our audience is. Nobody? Students? Any students here? Okay. Business leaders, otherwise? Large companies? Okay. Well, diverse group, I guess. All right, so let's go back to some of the points that you were talking about, the enabling technology versus replacing technology. And this is, I'd like to take a perspective of a startup, and startup could be many things. It could be an innovator of technology, it could be an employer of employees, it could be an efficiency-seeking entity. But let's assume for this next question, we view startup as an innovator of new technology. So one of the things that that I've noticed related to this notion of enabling versus replacing technology is that a lot of advanced AI technologies today seem to have adopted the concept of and are promoting the concept of their AI technology being a co-pilot to the humans in their work. I'm curious to know your take on whether AI, I mean, we just talked about this, but whether really is the type of enabling technology and not necessarily a replacement technology. And more importantly, for our innovator audience here, what might be some sectors or areas where you truly see a harmonious blend of human creativity and AI efficiency that would present good business opportunities, perhaps, or market opportunities for startups?
It's a great question. So obviously marketing matters if you're an incumbent or whether you're a startup, right? And Copilot, first of all, sounds a lot better than, we're going to automate away your job. So I think there's a bit of marketing in there, but I think there's more to it because, as I mentioned, generative AI in particular is very prone to hallucination. It makes up things, and we've seen various cases where it's implicated the law professor in a sexual harassment case by just fitting together loosely related pieces of text, which turned out to be entirely wrong. We've seen a New York Times reporter probing the new Bing chatbot and trying to convince him to end his marriage and referring to users as her enemies. And we've seen various cases like that. And that means that in most cases, if you're a company, you will want to keep a human in the loop. You want to fact check what the answers that have been provided are, if they are actually truthful. I think we will, probably see a bit of progress on that particular end over the coming years, because when you have clear benchmarks, generally, you can solve the problem, right? And it's not that hard to imagine having a chatbot that can actually search the internet and check whether this reference actually exists and whether it's correct. But there's a lot of things that are less clear cut, even in science and in academia. People can sort of reasonably disagree on things, and the truth is not always clear cut. But for the foreseeable future, I think you will want to keep a human in the loop for that particular reason. And that means that it will mostly be co-pilots for now. And I've forgotten the second part of your question, unfortunately.
Sort of the startup or business opportunity where co-pilots may present, I don't know.
Yeah. So I think, as I mentioned, what this does is reduce barriers to entry, right? So a couple of years ago, the tech giants looked almost untouchable. And I think these days is much less clear, what the barriers to entry are. So in search, for example, the barriers to entry are huge, but some of these foundational models that already been released by Meta, for example, what that means is that startups which sit on valuable data can essentially take those foundational models off the shelf and then fine tune them on data for a particular case, right? So, these models are not trained on expert curated data sets, right? They're trained on sort of the bulk of the data that exists on the internet. So they tend to sort of converge towards what the sort of average human would have responded to a particular query. But you can fine tune them on more sort of expert curated data. If you, for example, want to create a customer service bot, you can fine tune it on data on human queries and responses. If you want to use it to detect cancer, well, you can fine tune it on medical data for that particular purpose, and so on, right? So what that means in essence is that the heavy lifting development work does no longer necessarily need to be done by the startup. That means that that particular bit becomes less capital intensive, and I think that is important. In addition to that, the comparative advantage of a startup is never going to be to have just bigger data sets and more compute than established players. So for an average startup, what is of value is in the end of the day, the idea. And I think it's helpful to sort of think along the lines, what are the things that we can actually do with AI that we couldn't previously do? And I don't know the answer to that question, but I think that's the question that everybody should ask themselves, because that is what's likely to create something genuinely new, not just automate existing work process, right? If you build AI to automate the work people do in call centers, well, that will lead to some efficiency gains in that particular industry. But call centers already operated in places with low labor costs and so on, right? So the margins are quite slim. And when it comes to scale, players usually have the advantage, where small players usually have the advantages in new product creation, right? And that's something we see over and over again, that most foundational technologies tend to come from startups, right? It wasn't, um, uh, BMW or Mercedes that revolutionized, electric vehicles. Well, Tesla did, and you see the same pattern in industry after industry. So asking yourself, what is the thing that we couldn't previously do that we now can achieve with AI? I think is the question that every startup should be asking.
Okay, thank you. But let me take that and ask you somewhat of maybe a controversial question. And so companies like OpenAI have surprised us with their ability to make some of the most advanced technology companies like Google or Meta platforms look like they're like Bell Labs from many years ago. And no offense to those companies, but in somewhat of an unfortunate and even fascinating way, OpenAI itself, a privately funded, still a startup company, technically, have also been, it seems, a major blow to startups as well. Many AI startups, for example, AI startups whose products or technologies were based on AI architectures that were pre-2018 or pre-19, pre-transformers or modern day large language model types of architectures. And they've had to find ways to rapidly adapt to this new breakthroughs in AI in a very short period of time. And so I have a strategy question for you, a general strategy question. What advice might you have for startups that are building applications or other types of technologies by leveraging the state-of-the-art platform technology when these platform technologies are themselves changing very rapidly, and when they change, it seems they're changing dramatically as well. What do we do?
I mean, it's a great question again, and I think to state the obvious, right? It's riskier being a startup than it is being an established player, right? And the reason why decentralized economic systems tend to do better in periods where technology is in flux and when the applications of a technology is uncertain is that in decentralized economic systems people can take more bets, right? So if you think of the Soviet Union, right? If you were an inventor in the Soviet Union and you had a great idea, you could go to the Ministry of Defense, you could go to the Ministry of Aviation, you could go to a couple of these for funding. After 3 or 5 no's, well, basically you run out of options, and your idea would die with you. In the United States, there's a lot of angel investors, venture capitalists, a lot of options, which means that when Bessemer Ventures declined to invest in Google, the company or the idea didn't die with that decision, right? So, as a startup, you are in an inherently uncertain world, and that's the reason why investors tend to diversify early on, and you need to sort of stay on top very much on what's sort of happening in technology because it can change very quickly, and when things change quickly, well, your idea might be made redundant the next day. But to go back to what we were discussing earlier, so one thing that I think many startups don't fully appreciate is that they're often sitting on valuable data that nobody else has. It might be smaller, sort of curated data sets, but that they're nonetheless valuable. And often when they sell, they can probably spin off that particular data unless somebody is paying a premium for it. And that data could then be used for fine tuning along the lines sort of previously discussed. So when things change rapidly, yes, you need to sort of be agile, and it might be that the software that you developed internally is no longer as valuable, but the data that you're sitting on might well still be.
Good reminder. Okay. My one last question about uh, uh, the AI as an enabling or augmenting technology from the perspective of a business opportunity for a startup or an innovator. And so let's say, taking all of this, one of the predictions about the future is that eventually people will start to work less and less hours and therefore have time for other things. An American friend of mine yesterday was joking that even if that's the case, South Korean people will never work less. But that, nevertheless, as people have more time available for other things, what business opportunities might you see for startups going in, taking advantage of that? I don't know.
So back in 1930, a British economist named John Maynard Keynes wrote an essay called On the Economic Possibilities of Our Grandchildren. And in that essay, he noted that agriculture was becoming increasingly automated, was noting that mining was becoming increasingly automated, that manufacturing was becoming increasingly automated. And he predicted that within the next century, people would work around 15 hours per week. Now, his productivity forecast was actually quite on target. So since then, American productivity has increased about fourfold and about eightfold since 1900. At the same time, the amount of time that Americans take out in leisure has increased by around 10%, right? So you have an eightfold increase in how rich we are, and a 10% increase in leisure. It's quite extraordinary, but when you think about it that way. I'm not sure what sort of the data for Korea would be. Probably, be quite similar and probably even worse, right? Um, so what's the reason for that? Well, it turns out that people often prefer higher income to more leisure. And a reason for that is that, well, we often demand new things, right? So uh, traveling is still expensive. A lot of people want to go on holidays, and as goods become cheaper, we value experiences more, and we are happy to pay for those experiences. And even if people decide to take out more leisure, well, that's going to give a boost to those particular leisure industries like tourism and travel. So my prediction would be that as we become more automated as economies, people are going to spend more and more time on those type of experiences, which are the ones that are least likely to be automated, and that's going to become a growing fraction of GDP. That and our health. We want to be able to enjoy those experiences as well, and for that, health is really important. So I think those are two sort of broad sectors that are becoming more and more relevant.
I would say that that's very consistent with what I see in venture capital and where a lot of capital and investment going into healthcare, travel, experiential things. Okay, great. So let me now change our angle a little bit and take the perspective of a startup or even a corporation in general as not necessarily as an innovator or AI developer, but as a user of AI as a tool. And so it could have implications as as employers or as an entity with limited resources trying to seek efficiency by using AI. And so um, first, what are some of the maybe business functions or capability areas that that you believe might realize or see higher ROIs if AI was used in those areas?
So generally speaking, automation technologies and production technologies favor scale, right? So that means that the adoption of AI as an automation technology inherently favors larger companies. And that means that is not necessarily the edge of a startup, right? So you want to use AI for other things. Now, as we discussed earlier, AI can sort of be used to aid creative thinking, but it's not sort of a replacement for creativity. So it rehashes existing concepts and ideas. So you might use AI to, create another Batman plot, right? Probably likely to not be very interesting and full of holes with the current state of AI, but nonetheless, you can do it and sort of, recombine existing ideas. AI is good for creating sequels in that regard, rather than creating entirely new narratives and products. Secondly, I think it goes back to the other bottleneck we discussed, sort of complex social interactions. AI is going to be very good at replicating virtual interactions, but artificial intelligence doesn't have a body. It's not interacting in the virtual world, and that means where it misses out on certain things, right? Imagine if you spend all of your life in the basement reading books. What person would you be today? Well, you'd probably be quite a different person if you hadn't been out in the real world at all. And online we know there's a lot of pictures. There are very few pictures of people taking pictures, which means that we're missing out on certain perspectives there. And in my view, what AI will do is actually make in-person communication more valuable. So if you think about it, if AI writes your love letters and everybody else's, your first date is going to be even more important. And I think the same is true in business. We often have this notion since the pandemic that a lot of things are going to be done remotely and economic activity will become increasingly dispersed. But I think for startups in particular and early stage product developments, in-person communication, in-person relationships are even more important, right? Because one thing that's absolutely critical in everybody's life, but particularly for a startup, is to build trust. And in a world where there's a lot of misinformation in the virtual space, that in-person trust is going to be at a premium, right? And you can see this in various studies, right? So if you look at, for example, very skilled medical doctors are better able to convince patients to take life-saving medicines than doctors with less social capabilities, right? You're not going to have AI convincing you of that. So in-person communication plays, I would predict, is going to be even more important. So if you're a startup, thinking really hard about where do you want to be to foster those type of relationships, that is a concern that is definitely not going away, and I think it's going to be even more important, right? Tom Friedman, a famous New York Times columnist, wrote this book, The World is Flat, around 20 years ago now, and predicted that, with computers, people can just work from anywhere, from the beach, and, cities would become eventually redundant. But if you look at where most of these digital technologies are actually coming from, it's from highly clustered places, and that is true of artificial intelligence as well. If you look at AI patents, if you look at job postings that relate to AI, those are very, very clustered in a few places, and that's where you want to be if you're developing AI.
Can I follow up on that? And so one of the keywords of this year's World Knowledge Forum that's being held in conjunction with Try Everything event here was the word technium that was introduced yesterday at the opening remark, and the opening speaker indicated the big aspiration to try to shape and turn South Korea into a major technium, kind of like Silicon Valley, which obviously attracts startups from all over the world. But in the future of work, where AI is doing a lot for us, and we have time to do other things, what do you think will happen to existing technology hubs or major modern cities? Do you think that they become more relevant for startups, or maybe not so much, in the future of work?
I would approach that question sort of thinking about what is it that attracts talent from around the world. I lived in Munich for a number of years. Munich is a really lovely city in southern Germany, but it's a very German Bavarian city. And I've, met people moving in there from New York that, almost crying in the sense that, it's just so hard to, develop new relationships. And obviously it's very different from a city, New York, because, everybody is coming from another place. Everybody is in the same boat. Oxford, where I live as well, is extremely international. The school where my daughter is going is, 130 different languages. It's so much easier to attract talent to a place like that, right? So developing a certain sense of internationalism, which, I think the United States have done extremely successfully, and to some degree the UK as well. I think that's absolutely essential to attract talent. Some other places have been, trying to do that as well, like Berlin, for example, and Berlin has become more international as well, and they've sort of followed a bit of a different approach in the sense that a lot of young entrepreneurs would probably prefer to live in London, but because the cost of housing is so high, during the early years of setting up the company, it's just not economical to do that. And real estate in Berlin, at least for a while. It's been going up recently, but it's just much cheaper. And you have an excellent nightlife, you have an excellent culture scene. There's a lot of amenities that attract people. So I think the sort of mix that you want, if you want to be the sort of next Silicon Valley, is a certain degree of internationalism, amenities that attract people, good universities usually help as well, and Stanford was instrumental to the rise of Silicon Valley. And then you sort of want to attract, a few great companies, and you often have a snowball effect, right? So if we think about a city like Seattle, usually benefited from Microsoft moving there in terms of the ecosystem evolving around that. Same is true of Munich, which benefited hugely from Siemens moving there in particular, a cluster emerging around it. So I think cost of housing, get something going, whether it's through university or a particularly successful company, and a culture of openness. I think it's really important.
I agree. Where I am in San Francisco, which suffered quite a bit during the pandemic, and you probably see some less than positive news in the media about San Francisco. But nevertheless, with the recent rise of companies like OpenAI and other generative AI companies that are headquartered in San Francisco, I would say in the last 6 months, there's been a huge influx of young talents from all over the world to try to catch up and participate in all that entrepreneurial activity. So I agree. I think we're starting to run out of time. So let me shift gears a little bit and now consider some points for startups, but startups as an important constituent in the broader society and broader economy. And so yesterday in the opening ceremony, keynote speakers Steve Wozniak of Apple and Sam Altman at OpenAI both opined on on the potential dangers of AI, the potential roles that governments and various regulatory bodies could play in the age of AI. I'm curious to get your take, your thoughts on these subjects, especially given your book, The Technology Trap. How do we avoid getting into the technology trap?
Yeah, I think when it comes to regulation, I mean, it's not rocket science, but it's worthwhile emphasizing that unfortunately, regulation often give incumbents an advantage, right? They're usually the ones that have a seat at the table and that are in a position to shape the standards that are being set, and thereby erect barriers to entry for new companies and startups to enter the market. And I think that's a real concern with AI regulation as well. We've seen it particularly clearly with the European data privacy regulation, where essentially it's imposed costs on basically every business, but particularly on startups, right? Large tech companies have essentially been able to offset the costs by capturing a larger share of the market. And part of the reason is, well, big companies have an inherent advantage in terms of being better able to invest resources to comply with new regulations. But it's also that the startup community is not often not mobilized and doesn't push sort of a coherent agenda, right? People have different ideas, different products, different approaches. But when it comes to regulation, the startup community really needs to come together and make sure that it also has a seat at the table so that we don't get regulation that stifles competition, innovation, and really sort of cements the position of incumbents. So unfortunately, it's really important for startups to really engage in regulation as well, because nobody else is going to do that for you. But in addition to that, you want to, develop products where you can sleep at night and have a good conscience that you actually develop something that's good, improves the world, and that is ethical, that isn't AI, that hallucinates and contributes to misinformation and undermines democracy, or that is AI that is just used to replace some existing roles. What you want to do if you're an entrepreneur is to ideally improve the world and create new products and new prospects for employment for other people as well. So I think it comes back to what we were saying earlier. Thinking what is the thing that wasn't previously possible to do that we can now actually do with AI to create new products and industries, and then sort of try to get a seat at the table where the regulation is happening and make sure that you're part of the conversation and compliant with the ethical guidelines that you see being developed. So as a startup, you have to unfortunately get involved in politics as well.
I take your point. I before my current job, I was a startup operator myself, and it's so easy for you to be immersed in your own problems at hand that you forget about the greater stuff. But I think startups should be reminded that they play an important role in society and they do have voice. And so proactive participation and engagement is a good point. We just have a few minutes left. So a last question for you, for which you get 30 seconds to answer, and then we'll open up the floor for questions from the audience. So that the last question is, what would be one piece of advice that you would give to entrepreneurs or startup operators or even the audience here to take away with, whether they're building AI or applying AI in their lives or operations or businesses?
Be even shorter than 30 seconds because I'm basically going to repeat myself from what I said earlier. I think the main piece of advice is what can you do with AI that hasn't previously been done? Not using AI to automate existing processes. What's something entirely new, unconceivable, that you can do the way that the telescope allowed us to see the moons of Jupiter for the first time? What can you do with AI to achieve something like that?
I see. Thank you. Thanks so much for that. So let's take. We have about 3 minutes left. Let's take a couple of questions from the audience if we can. Do we have microphones to go around? Any questions? Please raise your hand. Yes. Can we get a microphone? Could you please say your name and what you do? Yes. Okay.
Hello, thank you for both of you guys for coming today, and it was a very educational talk, to say the least. And I wanted to ask a question regarding the John Mayer Keynes. He said back in the 30s that he predicted by now we would be working 15 hours per week. And I was wondering when would our society as a whole would reach 15-hour week and would be as productive as we are with integrations and leveraging AI technology and such. Yeah, my question.
That's a great question. So I think there's no easy answer, right? So in principle, we could work 15 weeks, 15 hours today and maintain the same standard of living as we had, 80 years ago if we wanted to, but we decided not to do that. And to me, it's, fascinating to see how much people seemingly want to work, whether it's for self-fulfillment or for higher income. I think it's a little bit of both. But it's also interesting to see how different societies have taken different approaches, right? So in the United States, and I think in Korea as well, people work a lot. In Europe, we have a 40-hour work week. And that, happened more in a top-down manner than in a bottom-up manner. It happened a bit in a bottom-up manner in the sense that people voted for social democratic parties that were sort of, part of their campaign was reducing the work week and more holidays and sick pay and that sort of thing. But essentially, it was a regulatory top-down decision. So it's not clear to me when we will eventually get the 15-hour work week, and whether that will then be because people actually actively decide to work 15 hours, or whether we get a decision that reduces the work week from the top down.
Interesting. Thank you. Any other questions from the field? If not, I'm curious, what motivated you to ask that question? Do you want to work 15 hours a week?
Oh, the reason is because I feel like I work 144 hours per week because
What do you do?
I I'm an artist, so I don't really work under anybody or any institution. And I was just wondering that like my peers and my friends, when we get together, and they always talk about, hey, you can just get up whatever you want and do whatever you want, but it's very unstable what I do. And so I just wanted to kind of get some information, so whenever I meet my friends next time, I can tell them, hey, you can lower your expectations and work 15 hours per week if you wanted to. And so I was just wondering, when would it be like a perfect time later on where it would be acceptable to say, oh, I work 15 hours per week, and people wouldn't really shame you for it. So yeah.
I see. Thank you. So we're just about. Oh yeah, microphone. Yeah.
Yeah. So this question is.
Name and what you do.
Oh,
Quickly.
my name is Hejin Park. I'm actually an intern at a startup right now.
Great.
And my question was, what is your vision, or what do you expect the middle class to look like moving forward in the near term, midterm? Because looking at the news these days, inflation is happening all over the world. There's a lot of stories, news reports about low income families very stressed out and all that. And then on top of that, there is AI. And I realize, I hear what you're saying, that there is potential for prosperity for certain people who are lucky enough to be in the IT sector, or maybe entrepreneurs, people who create startups. But what about the rest of the population that is not working in the IT sector, or that are not and do not have the entrepreneurial spirit? What future do you see for them, and how can they also join in the prosperity that can be available? So I want to be, I like to be positive, and I want to be hopeful about the future. But I also want to be very realistic. So I was just wondering what your thoughts were on this.
Well, it's a brilliant question. I wish we had an hour. Well, first of all, to state the obvious, technology is not the solution to everything in life, right? And there are policies that do matter. And I think the cost of housing has become a particularly big issue in cities around the world. And there are various policies to solve that, but they basically come down to, we need to build a lot more to make sure that the prices and the cost of housing go down. And there are various, reasons that's happened. I think building regulations that make it very hard and expensive to build is part of the problem. But I think governments can also do more in terms of investing in affordable housing too. When it comes to inflation, it's technology is mostly disinflationary, so I think that's a good thing. It reduces costs on a lot of things. But we can still have inflation, and you need policies to counteract that. I think that's really important. On the technology side, I think what makes me hopeful is that new technologies like generative AI can reduce barriers to entry. It can make somebody like myself, who's not a great writer, an average writer, and able to produce content. It can make somebody who's not a great software engineer an average software engineer. So it creates more opportunities that way. Plus, it can, in theory, sort of act as your personal tutor. We know historically, though, that people that sign up for online education tend to need people that need it the least. We should really sort of try to incentivize people to pick up the new learning opportunities that are being offered by these new technologies to join the middle class. But now, technology is not the solution to all our societal problems. I think it's important to emphasize that too.
Thanks for that profound and pointed question. We try to put a positive spin on today's topic, but I realize it's not all positive, and these are important questions. Sadly, we're running over time, and so with that, we'd like to conclude the conversation here. So thank you, Dr. Frey, for sharing your thoughts and insights today, and thank you everyone for joining us late in the afternoon and even participating. So could we conclude with a round of applause? Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 강연 시작될 텐데요. 강연 참석하시는 분들께 저희가 행사장 입구에서 맛있는 팝콘과 시원한 슬러시를 제공하고 있습니다. 네, 강연 들으시면서 같이 드시면서 네, 들으시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그리고 그 통역기가 입구에 배치되어 있습니다. 통역기 필요하신 분들은 입구에서 통역기를 수령해 가시면 되겠습니다. 잠시 후 강연 시작하겠습니다.
네.
네, 반갑습니다.
好，大家好，大家下午好。Try everything。
사회를 맡게 돼서 너무 영광이고요.
在这个平台上能够担任呢专场的主持，感到非常高兴。我是 Bijan Creator 的曾基勇，是韩国人。我们这个专场是长江学院，CKGSB 长江商学院为我们准备的。我是 GKCSB 的08届的毕业生，在当时的时候，我们学校呢不仅在中国，在全球知名度也不是很高。那但是最近5年、10年之间，虽然呢长江商学院在中国，但是长江商学院的品牌呢已经走向了世界，特别是最近。我们上宾校长呢，对全球的独角兽企业的发展呢非常的关注，所以这一次呢，我们的话呢，对韩国的独角兽，对中国的独角兽，还有企业，然后还有向投资者呢，提供了进行对接的平台。我们这一次的话，特别设了这个专场。那我呢是运营投资公司，也投资了韩国的初创企业，也亲眼目睹了初创企业的成长，帮助初创企业发展，同时也是 KBS 频道呢每周一次在进行广播。我也呢在运营油管。那我今天是主持，那我是用中文来主持，我用中文。我的中文不是特别好了，但是即便不好呢，也请大家多多谅解，我还是要用中文。好的，那我的介绍呢就到这里。那下面请我们在座的老师们做一下介绍。好，大家好，我是辛庸散，我是长江商学院 EMB 18届毕业，现在是跨境商务平台담다.com的创办人。在过去，我创业之前是 BIP.com 的韩国总负责人，也负责呢韩国的子公司。好，谢谢。好的，请您做一下自我介绍。
我叫李全来，来自长江商学院上海3班 MBA 222级。那么我是从事金融投资领域，目前呢，我们的公司是在上海、在成都都是有分部的啊。好，谢谢大家。
감사합니다.
好的，谢谢。
我想跟李总说一下我想问一个问题是最近这个整个全球经济不那么好，然后这个利息这个上升嘛，还有而且中国的经济也这个现在这个状况不那么好这种环境下中国的那个风险投资者的这个投资的这个现在这个态度怎么样？
现在就是我个人认为的观点哈，就目前我们国家的可能的经济变化可能存在的一些变化，但是我觉得向好发展的趋势是不会变的。第二，目前我们的投资各个范围都在发生一些变化，就是数量、金额在发生一些变化，但是呢，这些金额可能是因为好的项目目前不是很多。但是呢，也不排除后续会有很多好的项目。同时，现在我们所投资的，或者说所有看的项目，不仅仅是国内，也会放到国际，整个全球所有的投资都会去了解、去参与。所以说，这个可能是在一定时期有一些小的这个投资节奏的变化，但是长期的投资是不变的。
那么现在李总看好的一个集中的行业是哪些行业？
其实我个人认为看好的行业，主要是有2个方面，一个呢是新技术，新技术所带领的行业变革；第二个呢是新动能，不管是从原来的商业模式，还是你的核心的 这个核心的这个技术，这2个方面是比较看重的，特别是像新能源还有电池这块是我比较看重的。
你刚才这个提到的那个电池行业，
嗯，
今年的话，在韩国的这个韩国交易所这个上市公司当中最活泼的上升率最高的一个行业是这个电池行业。
对。
所以我想问一下，现在你第一次来到韩国吧？
对。
所以你怎样觉得？你觉得这个韩国、中国创新企业之间能不能可以合作？怎样合作比较合适？
我觉得，在中国、韩国以及全世界所有的人里面，我们最应该合作的就是中韩合作。那么，对于我们中韩合作，我们目前不考虑其他的因素，就考虑经济因素。我们的这个地理环境，你想从首尔飞到北京就只需要1个多小时，那么其实联动还是很大的。中国很大，中国的这个北京、深圳、成都上海这几个点都是非常有强大的这个发展能力。第二个呢，就是韩国的企业也可以长期的跟这个中国来合作。你比方说，这个韩国的这个它的这个农产品啊，还有高科技啊，还有今天我们的这个是这个 Trash Everything。刚刚我看了你们有很多的这项目，其实都可以放到中国。中国是具有大市场，你想中国13亿人口，有很大的市场，可以把你的产品通过中国，然后呢走向世界、欧美、亚洲等等这些点都可以合作，而且是必须要合作的。
谢谢。在韩国的话，韩国的地方政府非常支持韩国当地的企业的这个成长。
对。
我想问一下，如果韩国的初创企业startup company 这个转到中国地方政府的那个比如说成都或者重庆那有没有这个地方政府的支持的这个政策，或者有没有资源？
这个是肯定有的。就是我讲一个例子，就是在成都，成都呢这个天府4街高新区的天府4街专门有个园区，就是中韩合作园。那么在韩国有很多的企业都是在里面入驻办公，而且给了很多优惠。几个优惠，第一个税收优惠，第二个政策的扶持，第三一个呢就是人才的这个甄选引进包括各大学校、职业学校，还有我们的这个金融的奇才、川大这些都跟他们推荐，定期的举办这个推介会，给他们输送人才，给予条件。那么就希望就是中国和韩国所有的企业携手起来，一个呢是把经济搞好，二个呢是把这个提供更多的这个就业提供更多的就业。第三个呢就是把经济完整的这个盘活起来通过我们就是星星之火可以燎原嘛，每家企业都做好了，自然大环境就好了是这么个意思。
非常感谢。对于韩国的来说一个非常关心的一个话题是怎样拿到中国企业或者中国在有投资者的那个投资你怎样你觉得怎么样？这个怎样的那个条件下可以考虑投资到韩国的企业？
是这样，就是第一个还是我坚持这个观点，第一个呢就是好项目从来都不缺钱。第二个呢就是观点就是不管你是中国的企业也好，韩国的企业也好，一定要专注于做自己最擅长的领域，就是把你的核心技术做到极致，不管是在纵向还是横向，都一定要坚持下去。第三个呢就是敢于说出来，敢于表达出来，敢于市场验证。我们每一个项目最终的要实现商业价值要在短期内实现商业价值时，项目 产生自营的能力。如果说这个投资的过大，或者说是周期过长，这个对于初创型企业来讲，其实很麻烦。就是对你现在你都吃不饱了，你的这个吃不上饭了，你怎么去把这个企业维持好？所以第一步还是咱们先吃饱饭，先把核心技术装好做好。我觉得这方面只要你能完成这3点，一定不缺钱啊，一定不缺。而且中国投资者也特别喜欢这样的企业，敢拼敢打啊，敢创新，敢作为。
好，你提到一个集中的行业是新能源行业，我想问更详细的了解一下为什么选择到这个新能源行业这个对中国经济来说新能源是非常重要的一个行业吗？
新能源的行业确实是值得大家关注。其实我关注的比较多，因为为什么呢？因为现在我们还是在处于我们第4次工业革命。那么第4次工业革命，我们绝对不能丢掉了，就是技术的变革。而其实工业革命带来的最大的好处，就是我们提高了我们生产效率。那么现在电池的发展以及电池的各项延伸的产品，也给我们带来了强大的这个提高工作的一个效率。昨天我们去参观了我们的现代汽车的产业，它在里面其实有一项我比较这个感兴趣的是它的那个氢燃料啊。我们当时在那个机器上面1、2、3、4、5、6、7个步骤，它的那个氢燃料，然后能够瞬间把空气变化成水，对，不管是在从节能方面来考虑，还是从未来大的世界格局，就是碳中和考虑，它都是在做技术的这个变革。所以这个不管是氢燃料还是电池燃料，这个都是大家都可以，以后会改变我们的生活的方式，可以多关注一下。
好，谢谢。这个好像最终的一个话题吧。呃，很多的韩国人觉得，现在中国的经济环境有点儿这个不那么快速的发展啊。你怎样认为未来3到5年的那个宏观经济的那个这个前望怎么样？
其实我认为这个经济的发展一定有相对性，就是你这个事情跟谁比较？如果这个事情跟中国40年以前的中国比较，那肯定是有大的进步。但如果我们现在跟发达国家，像这个欧美，像这个比较日本相比，我们还有很大的差距。我们是确实要承认，我们是在发展的过程当中遇到困难、遇到问题，但是我们没有被问题吓倒，我们也没有被困难所难倒，我们还是在一起想办法。那么这一次来到了韩国，给我最深的体会是什么呢？就是韩国的所有的创业者，他的那个创业精神非常高，而且创业环境非常好，这个也是值得我们学习的。现在好，不代表未来不一定更好；现在不好，不代表未来没有发展。所以，欢迎所有的投资者来到中国，也欢迎所有全世界所有的人关注中国、了解中国，然后我们一起携手，然后呢，把我们经济搞活，每个人的生活过得越幸福，我们的工作效率也提高，生命也延长。真正的实现人类命运共同体。
非常赞同，更多的这个交流一下。
对对
对，그러면 이제 대화의 주제를 조금 바꿔서
好，那么我们稍微换一下我们的主题吧。今天我们请到的辛永灿先生呢，他运营 tamda.com 这样的一个平台，也是我们的商学院的毕业生。他是韩国 国籍，但是因为今天有我很多的中国来宾，所以呢，他会用汉语来进行交谈。我们就这个电子商务进行交谈吧。
我想问，怎样了解这个韩国和中国的那个电商行业是怎样不一样？因为您自己这个经验了很长时间这个电商的行业，然后你在中国、韩国都经验过吧？所以可以比较所以请分享
韩国和这个中国的电商行业呢，确实有一定的不同。那么国内呢，可以说更野一点更野的发展的更猛。那尤其是阿里巴巴开始，然后后来的这个上来的这个拼多多也好，非常的猛。国家的政策也是当时是非常的支持的。那相对韩国呢，相对也有一个保守的地方。也考虑到这个线下这个行业的，还有一个行业和行业之间的这个利益共同体的这样的问题。所以呢，韩国呢相对跟中国相比呢，就是稍微慢一些。但慢不一定它是不好的。在这一点，我是以我的观点来跟大家分享的话，比方说，中国是电子商务方面发展的非常的快，但是呢，一方面也带来了一定的负面作用。比方说，现在的中国的这个经济环境，我可以说，我个人认为呢，以我这个过去在唯品会也好，这大家平台里看到的数据，以及我亲身体验的这个经验来看的话，某些就是企业是非常发展的快，而且是龙头企业了，但是整体的这个大环境以及生态环境是被破坏的。然后呢，现在的经济环境下，这个已经是大家买便宜的买之后呢，发生了很多家里发生了很多库存。然后呢，生活质量并没有提高很多，还有反过来呢，社会问题也出现了很多问题。那么现在年轻人失业率已经很高了，也就是说，这种的这个过去的电商那个环境下，尤其这种是属于一个时代的一个过程嘛。那么这个环境下，那么归根结底给老百姓带来了到底多少的价值？我是个人也考虑了这个方面的问题，所以呢，我觉得中国国内的这个电商的发展这一块我们值得学习。但是呢，韩国这一块呢，也是值得学习的地方是蛮多的。其中最近最大的表现是，韩国呢现在逐步的不再追求低廉价格的量化的比价模式，而是以内容竞争、content 的竞争，然后呢品牌 IP 的竞争，它以这个来取胜，结合韩流的特点来取胜。那么中国大部分来讲的话是比价便宜量化模式来发展来。那么韩国它是以自己的内容 IP 来现在转变发展的速度也是蛮快的。这是一个大环境的不同。
谢谢。我最近最这个有惊讶的一个案例是这个在美国最红的一个 APP 之一是拼多多他们开发的。
对对对。
可以分享吗？您比较了解对吧？
拼多多还是以那种它的原来的 DNA 的模式，快速的解决自己的供应链，然后呢，在美国去打。那么细节的数据我还没有拿到，我没有办法很深入的去分析它。但是以我了解的这个数据那个情况来看的话，它现在跟一个是迅在竞争，第二个它同时跟抖音在竞争。也就是说，在 美国和世界舞台上跟自己的竞争对手比，那么这个竞争对手实际上都是中国企业，玩得很猛的。
还有 TikTok，总部是在这多一码啊。TikTok 是现在发达国家当中，日本也、美国也、韩国也都是这个第一位或者第二位的位置嘛啊。
对 TikTok 的发展是很猛的，尤其是在 SNS 这一块儿。首先，它抓住年轻的这个需求爱好，包括已经成年人也是从早上还是晚上睡前以后玩的也很多的。那 TikTok 的数据我也看到了很多，确实是在 SNS 领域是大部分国家和地区都已经是占领第一位了。不是 Facebook，也现在已经是 TikTok 的世界了。那么 TikTok 呢，后来又加了电商。那么第一个测试的地区是英国，后来在发展到东南亚。那么两个地区数据是去年的年底为止，在英国呢一个月能卖$800万，而东南亚呢一个月能卖$2500万。之后今年年初，抖音呢就是决策之后呢，加大力度，快速的发展这个东南亚市场。我亲眼看到他们分批派发这个团队，然后呢，越南也好，印度尼西亚也好，泰国也好，他们有竞争力的地方全部派人去搭建团队，快速猛发展。TikTok 的上半年的趋势是在东南亚已经开始影响了这个严重影响了那个Shopee 的这个业绩。那么我们来看的话，在东南亚，尤其是在东南亚，抖音是 TikTok 是应该是能够占优势的。
那信总，您觉得怎么样？这个中国电商还有韩国的产品，有没有这个合作的这个方式啊？啊？
合作的机会是蛮多的。其实韩国商品，在中国市场是蛮大的。过去有一段时间是韩国美妆是非常畅销的一个品类，但是现在比较内卷，韩国美妆不太好。那么这是因为韩国品牌自己没有做好品牌的管理，引起也有这个原因。第二个是中国本土的美妆行业上来的也是非常的快，然后呢有了这个非常激烈的价格战，竞争非常激烈，在这种情况下呢，韩国美妆受了影响。但是呢，相对来讲，韩国服装类现在在中国是很好，趋势也非常的好。那么韩国服装呢，不只是在中国好，海外国家也非常，欧美国家也很好。比方说在法国，韩国的设计师品牌也是很受欢迎的。那么在韩国，我前一段时间看到这个韩国的新闻报道哈，那么今年的7月30号为止，今年的数据，外国人到韩国刷卡消费的34%是服装服饰类的消费，非常让人吃惊的。而且连美国人也是到韩国来消费的第一个品类是服装类，这是让我意想不到的一件事情。因为尺码肯定有一定的差距啊，这是怎么会这样呢？所以但是呢，数据是这样的。然后呢，还有一个是那个在深水洞这样的区域里，品牌的旗舰店里边呢，经常很多外国人去排队买，其中排队最长的是日本人，而且在日本呢，韩国的服装品牌也是越来越好。那么在中国也是，现在韩国的服装趋势是非常猛的。那去年在那个抖音里边呢，韩国品牌一个月不是一年卖2800亿人民币的，也有了。然后呢，有的品牌已经在中国开始越来越做这个本土化哈，本土化。其中一个线下品牌，呢，就是它是在疫情期间也是它排队买的现象， 也是出现的，这个是韩国品牌干出来的事情。
谢谢。信总，您之前在中国大型的电商里工作过，高官呐，啊，现在在韩国变成到一个创始人啊，你觉得怎么样？这个两家国家的那个创业的那个环境，还有企业的那个文化怎样不一样？
首先，这个创业环境来看的话，在中国呢，商品是不缺的，商品其实太多了，所以呢，必须是做差异化才行。那么韩国有这个优势，因为韩国是内容方面是非常强大的国家，可以说是 number one 了。所以呢，利用韩国的这个内容，第二个是这个韩国的设计元素，韩国的设计是可以的。第三个，这个设计以外的，尤其是服装类的话，这个搭配方面，韩国是很有自己的感觉，这个感觉是不太好模仿的。那这些部分是在中国市场是非常有市场的。那么，我认为现在的做法，从一般贸易在内，还有一个跨境电商。那么我们平台是已经获得这个腾讯、小程序的这个作为境外电商平台的一个认可许可。之后呢，腾讯方面已经给我们开放了 API。那么我们到这个为止。下周为止开发完毕，然后马上进入这个测试，测试完毕之后，大约11月初正式去服务了。那么我们计划把这个韩国的好品牌的好商品精选出来，然后呢通过我们的系统，通过我们的这个小程序，然后呢面向中国的卖家，给他们提供商品和系统服务。包括物流服务、海外自有然后呢，让这个中国消费者呢，可以直接享受韩国的好物、好价格的商品，这是我们的计划。那么同样的方式，我们也把这个韩国的这个好商品呢推广给日本以及其他的海外国家。那么又反过来讲，这个中国的商品也是可以销往韩国海外国家的。但是呢，因为中美关系的问题，还有一个贸易整个供应链方面有一个很大的变化。那么现在作为中国公司来讲，比较好的方法是把韩国作为一个新的平台，借船出海，利用韩国的这个舞台，然后再走向海外国家是最好的方式。因为供应链是中国是最强大的，中国国内技术也没问题，设备也没问题，然后呢，工艺什么都没问题但是呢，就是现在一个是体制上的受限制，还有一个是那个相对缺一点这个 IP 品牌这个方面的所谓需要一个发展的过程。那么正好这个部分我们不用等时间，中国周边的几个国家中，比方说韩国、日本，包括中国自己的香港，包括这个新加坡，我都做过亲自分析。我是在那个17年，我已经通过我们的大数据做了分析。那么这个过程中，我突然的看到，在中国看到的全球市场和在韩国看到的全球市场，我突然的发现，在韩国看到的全球市场是非常的大的而且是很容易可以做到，这个是韩国的优势。所以呢，这个中国企业呢，我建议这个利用自己的优势跟韩国合作。这几个周边国家中最能合作的国家，而且最方便合作的国家是韩国，文化也类通。我们不考虑政治，我们是做生意的，好好做好自己生意，那才是硬道理。这是我的个人的看法，谢谢。
非常同意的。정말 공감하는 게
我非常同意他的观点。他刚才提到，就作为初创的企业或者是投资者，我们不是搞政治的，
无论这个政治情况如何，或者是外交情况如何，我觉得中国和韩国的这个初创企业之间呢，我们可以合作，然后创造一个新的价值如果有这样的可能性的话，我们可以挑战中国的这个也可以向韩国的初创企业投资，然后创造价值比如说。我们在3年前有做过一个投资，就是insulin pump 的这个相关的设备的投资，叫 EOFlow，现在已经上市到 Costa。那么我们在上市前做了投资，然后这个公司呢，我们还帮他进军中国的市场。当时我们正在疫情期间，所以我没有办法到中国出差，但是我们通过这个微信。这个平台，我那个时候真的是深深感受、体会到了这个微信的伟大。我们通过微信呢，联系到了这个中国相关部门的一个龙头的企业的董事长，我一次也没有面对面的跟他交流，但是我们用微信进行了交流，然后给他们送了大概20个样本，然后大概2个月之后呢，他们就给我们联系，然后表示有积极的这个合作的意向。我不用到中国，甚至连一次都没有，我还是成功的实现了这样的一个合作的方案。就是90亿的规模的一个合作，然后2年后呢，这个企业呢可成功进入了中国的市场，然后这个销售的大概一半来自中国，然后结果呢，美国其实是这方面的龙头企业，但是还收购了并购了这个家公司，所以那么可以就是用独角兽企业的这个企业价值销售给这个企业。那么韩国和中国的初创企业如果可以积极的合作，然后创造一个新的价值的话，就会成为世界的顶尖企业被关注的对象。就是刚才也是美国的企业就是并购了这个企业。那么，所以我个人呢，也对这个方面呢非常关注的。我们在媒体上看到很多负面的一些报道，一些非常惨淡的一些信息，包括这个东亚的形势。但是我们的这个商务现场呢，还是有很多的合作空间的。现在呢，比如说今天呢，也有很多来自中国的来宾。然后，如果我们去韩国这个首尔的明洞的话，也可以看到很多的中国游客在积极的消费。那么2个国家的这种乘数效应呢，我觉得今后呢也可以持续的扩大加强。我们也希望辛永祥先生呢，也是通过他的平台在做出贡献的一位。那么我最后向2位各提一个问题吧。
最后的一个话题是这次来的第一次来韩国吧？
第一次。
印象怎么样？
特别好特别好。来韩国，首先到了机场以后，机场很大，很方便，包括它的这个交通设施、基础设施建设都很漂亮。那么来到了酒店以后，它的这个整个的服务也是国际化的，包括就是我们品尝的美食，就是我平时在成都吃到的这个韩国烧烤，跟在韩国吃的正宗的韩国烧烤，这是2个味道。在韩国太香了，就是它也不要油，它就直接那个就是那个就这么就划一下，哇，那味道特别香，特别好。第二个呢，就是韩国的今天看到了整个的创业的这种氛围，包括就是政府的支持，以及昨天和前天老师们、教授们他们的这个讲解我觉得他太棒了就是宜居一夜就是特别棒天气也特别好。
最近天气真的好。
对。
辛总，我想问最后的一个话题，您正在开发这个 跨国性的平台吧，这个3年5年以后的这个未来的 vision 梦是怎么样？
今天上午向斌院长讲的这个新一代的这个 unicorn 独角兽企业的时候呢，它的3个条件，我觉得非常符合我们的思路，我觉得非常开心的。我在大平台里看到数据的时候呢，我不到半年，我已经确认这种比价搜索模式，感觉是给大家非常优惠实惠哈。但是就像现在的中国国内的或者有的地区的最终的情况一样，最终年轻人都丢掉自己的饭碗的日子是真的是会来的。当时我们最终判断了，所以我是不太赞成那种，只是几个公司好的那种创业模式，应该是首先是我们商业本质要尊重好，商业本质不能丢掉。第二个是生态方面，尽可能的不被破坏的情况下，共赢共生的方式才是好的生意那么我也是国企供应商，后来也是在这个大平台里做的时候呢，供应商和平台之间的关系是非常的重要的。没有好品牌，哪能有平台呢？这是我的铁定的硬道理。没有好品牌，不可能有好品牌实际上，我们大平台里面也是经常是这样的，拿人家好品牌的好产品，也不是那种一般般的产品，就是拿最畅销的商品来，然后呢，把它做出互相的打折比价之后呢，把人家一个公司好好的多年来研发出来的好产品，一夜之间，或是就那么短短的1年2年内把它价格抹平了，最终谁都赚不了钱，实际上是连平台都赚不了钱，这是现在的电商行业的最大的问题。所以呢，我呢就是这次创业呢，我想把这个商业本质尊重好，然后呢，流通行业还是离不开生产者和卖家的合作关系，这个是离不开的。咱们说的 D2C 看起来很好听，但实际上它是把那个卖家的部分包含在自己里边的结果也是花钱的。所以呢，再说各个国家，比方说那个我们在美国卖，在中国卖，或者在日本卖，如果我们不懂，我们很多人都不可能懂那个每个国家的情况，所以呢，我们决定，我把韩国的好商品选出来，然后呢，把这个系统做好，这个系统一定要服务于每个国家的卖家，然后呢，把好的韩国的优秀的内容肯定值加上去，这几个来服务于各个国家的卖家，让他们去放心的卖好韩国的真正的好物，这是我的平台的理念。所以呢，我们的定位是，专门支持全球卖家的韩流时尚品牌 B2B 供应链，这是我们的定位，是一站式全球分发的平台。我们只做 B2B。B2C 是由让各地的卖家们去做 B2C，这是我们的做法。谢谢。
我非常感动您的那个强烈的那个 vision 저희 회사 사명이 이제 비전 크리에이터인데요. 예.
我们公司的话呢，就是我们的公司的理念就是创意理念。那我们的申总的话呢，也是让我们深受感动。在这里写的是 "Start now, try together"，那韩中两国之间，我想呢也是适用这句话，适用这个口号。我们的话呢，要时时刻刻想着合作，只要是能够创造价值，就要呢尝试。我们作为一个初创企业的话呢，要有这样的理念，国家之间、企业之间也能够以这样的理念加强合作。那今天我们这段时间的话呢，这个专场的话就做了这方面的讨论我们 提前结束啊，也可以说是一种礼貌啊。那今天我想已经呢深入的进行了讨论了。那台下如果有问题的话，大家也可以提出问题，有吗？有问题吗？好的，请。要用话麦哦。我是中国人，我就用中文来讲。
中国人，所以我那个用中国话说就行了。然后我是韩国庆应大学AI 商务专业的刘洪洋。然后我想问一下那个辛总，就是咱们这边，因为我做了跨境电商，跨境直播啊，在虾皮平台做了2年多，然后呢，就是对这方面有一些了解。然后我最近知道在韩国这边 Poison 就是毒啊，这个平台现在已经陆陆续续在韩国建那个海外仓了。然后呢，它的主打的 IP 也是就是融合韩国这边的内容，就是比如说这些明星周边呀，然后这种卡德呀，这种小卡，包括星巴克的杯子。还有就是这种潮牌、潮鞋，耐克啊，就海外直邮的形式来做这种海外仓一站式管理。然后咱们这边做的这种B to B 的模式，跟它这种就是海外直邮的这种模式有什么不同呢？或者是说比如说我们这些海外的留学生有没有机会就是参与到咱们这个项目？
你是说我的平台和那个
是的，
投物有什么不同是吗？
对对对。
OK，谢谢你啊。
OK。
首先我在微聘会的时候呢，现在投物做的事情我都做过的，包括我们的自营仓。那么我的自营仓最大的时候是12000平方米，那么当时我韩国仓的消化率是微聘会海外11个国家所有的海外仓这个业务量的，就说出货量的60%以上是我们韩国做出来的。所以这方面我们有经验。得物现在做的方法还是归根结底它是 B to C，B to C，成本比较高。我不知道它的具体的策略是怎么样。得物方面通过猎头也好，得物的人士也跟我联系过，后来这个方面的业务我们过去都做过的哈。那么我不想做那种的这个方式，因为B to C 的成本是太高的。所以呢，我们的做法是，我们把韩国的这个严选的商品通过小程序，然后呢，通过国内的卖家去销售。那么我们的商品是韩国直邮，或者是中国保税仓入库之后，保税仓自发就可以了。业务是相对很简单的，退货换货全部我们全部我们来服务。那么这个领域里，我是对这个卖家的这一块是很重视的。那么国内的卖家这一块呢，网红呢，跟韩国的网红或者是其他国家的网红有点不一样。国内主要比的是来买什么呢？就是我最便宜，大家都说的现在今天我最便宜。比如说那个水果店，那个农场去也是今天我就割肉卖了，就把这种那种视频来去买。韩国不是这样的。韩国我曾经去那个济州的那个农家去亲自跑，跟他们这个疫情前要卖他的这个水果，结果他们不接待电商人的，原因是什么呢？累了半天赔钱，不想干，很简单，不想干，不要跟我谈这样。但国内不是这样，所以呢，文化不一样，所以我呢这次跟那个国内的网红卖家们合作的时候，第一，我们不想做东大码的或者是什么价格便宜的，就是比价的，只是一个比价的，然后拿这个来套着什么谁的什么什么那个演员什么这种方式，我觉得不是长久的方式，所以还是回到商业本质，然后呢，把这个肯定是用的也是真的是用到位，然后呢用的有价值。不要把韩国很好的肯定是你把它用成那个什么呢非常低廉的手段的去用，我觉得这个是不是很好的方法。然后呢，以此呢，就是国内的这个卖家也是相对以新的思路在一步一步 拓展出来啊。现在的国内的这种网红模式，我觉得需要一个升级，这是我的想法。所以在这个方面，如果我们思路可以相同的话，可以深入谈。谢谢您。
아, 너무 좋은 질문.
好的，非常好的一个问题啊，所以提出进行了很好的一个互动。好的，时间已经到了，那么我们想我们的这个专场就要全部结束了。非常感谢大家的参与，也向两位代表表示感谢，谢谢。